up. This next wave is gonna be, awful.
Hello, Smurf.
We have a break in the action.
I played 2 times. Luckily, it doesn't have to be the max difficulty anymore. I've done the max difficulty multiple times now. Wait, it's still the same? 3 waves, okay. Maybe it was. Yeah. Let's go for they're waiting for that, they're not waiting for that. For him, so like, what's the point of me going then if he wants to go? It's not a race, it's a teamwork. I figure he's gonna go.
More husks incoming. You'll need to destroy the pillars to end the wave.
Pillars. Yeah, I've kind of been crafting stuff, so yeah, don't have stuff. How are you doing? I'm doing good. I did the same mission, 140 zone. It was just me and one other guy. It was a golden peely, fully golden peely skinned guy. I don't know what his name was, but 2 other guys. One was AFK the whole time and then left or something like that, and then other one helped a little bit, but I wanted to give him better weapons. He refused to take the weapons for some reason. And yeah. But we survived. Barely survived. So got that done. Now there's an... I didn't know there's gonna be part 3. I'm trying to get the banners. That's what I've been doing. Trying to get the banners. You know, I'm doing the Horde part 3 right now. I don't know how many parts there are, but I assume this is the last one. I actually did the final wave ones on 140 zones, but it was so hard to do. Keep doing it on 140 zones. So I'm doing 108 because I mean.
Prepare for the next wave. Teammate down.
Teammate down. Oh, I got the give me AR. So wait, why did you put it so close here? File up. What's the point of that? Shooting, I don't know. Shooting it.
As my robot friend likes to say, we have a break in the action.
Maybe after the next one.
A supply drop is on its way. The mine is under attack.
Trying to get the new banners. I don't have the banners myself. Like I got the 141, the volcano one, then there was a skull, and then there's part 2 that you have to do, like, you know, two more waves or something like that. Then you got 2 skulls, and now it's part 3. Smurf, did you do the Discord quest? I mean, there's a lot, that's a long time to do it. It's quite a long time to do it. Can I get my weapon now? Scrap shell. Nope. Still missing. Important stuff. What if give me something I need? Not really. Wait, what?
A new wave of husks is on the way.
Okay. New wave of husks.
Time to explode.
You have a teammate down.
Yay. Hello, Doofus. No, I haven't done it yet. I think I did I even talk to you about it? I don't know, in the Discord, there's a Discord quest. Find the force, the ramp or something. I did the Discord thing.
Just a moment.
There was a screen share with one friend you had to do or something,
The
but
cavern is under attack.
I did the other way. It was easier for me, personally. Top 10 in any game mode, and second task was to just be in the voice chat for 15 minutes, muted or not muted. Oh. Just go to the, all you need to do is go to the official Fortnite Discord. Just type it in Google and like, I don't know, what did I type in Google? I typed in Google Fortnite Discord and it just gives you a Fortnite, official Fortnite Discord. Ouch. Okay, can I craft it now?
More husks incoming. You'll need to destroy the pillars to end the wave.
Pillar. La, 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 la.
The wave is complete. The storm is targeting the mine.
Really? Is that mine? Oh yeah, I built it there.
You have a teammate down.
Really?
Another wave of storm creeps.
What did you do? You put any I added it. I put
depot is under attack.
Nice. Nice. It's an attack. What if I do? I don't know. I don't have that much materials. Where is it? Here? One, two, three. Those need to be tire traps. Those could be those.
Buckle up. This next wave is gonna be awful.
Awful. Smurf, you can hear me, right? It's not like I've been talking to myself. I didn't realize I'm doing the wrong ones. If I'm doing the wrong one, can I? Huh. I don't have lots of modes. Last time I did such a massive race, they all died.
Just a moment. Supplies incoming.
So, same one?
The depot is
Yeah, I
under
can
attack.
easily see that 108 is simpler than 140 zone. Because in 140 zone you get 152 enemies from the way one. This one is way better. Is he gonna go for it? Or what's the deal?
husks incoming. You'll need to destroy the pillars to end the wave.
Must be the fastest one ever.
The storm is targeting the cavern.
Ah. Yeah. In the future, maybe somebody needs to get there.
A new wave of husks is on the way.
Jaa! 100 000 vä? Okei.
Just a moment. The mine is under attack. You'll need to destroy the pillars to end the wave. Teammate down. You have a teammate down. I believe we have a momentary reprieve from the waves of husks.
Why don't build that?
A supply drop is coming your way.
Okay, but
The depot is under attack.
not find the last one. That took our time. Oh, perfect.
You have a teammate down.
My own build problem. Nope, that guy doesn't care. Oh, that's nice.
You have a teammate down.
Well, that sucks. Without China person did not care.
Won't let you down.
Twitter.
A new wave of husks is on the way.
Smasher! Hunt taker!
Surf, I invited you to the Discord thingy, I guess. Some sort. That should
We have a
actually
break
take
in
you.
the action. A supply drop is coming your way. The cavern is under attack.
Powder. Wow. Very rude.
More husks incoming. You'll need to destroy the pillars to end the wave. We have a momentary reprieve from the waves of husks. The mine is under attack.
Damn, accidentally with that one.
You have a teammate down.
Yeah.
Prepare for the next wave. weave between husks. A supply drop is coming your way. The storm is targeting the cavern.
It's 108, so my first low level one. I've been doing 140s, but I'm just too tired of them. They're very difficult.
The rescue team has turned the map right side up and are headed your way.
I usually just run, public mission, so you should do the same, just run the public mission and you will find something. That's what it is. It's not like I'm doing like carries and stuff like that. I'm just doing my own quests as well. I did like 140s, I tried to do but then I thought, like, after I got the volcano banner for 141, why should I keep doing 140s? Like, I don't know, I did like five 140s in a row. I should just do 108, but I still think it's hard to beat them. That was way more faster. That was so fast. What if I do? Already done? 143k. Well, it maybe gives more than that, but damn. Okay. think mine I forgot to do is I don't know, doesn't matter. Increase damage by 8.5%. Could have maybe done like recycling or something. Still need to do adventures as well. But I'm getting closer to I hope there is not gonna be part 4 or something. I would not want to do that. I actually thought I will do just one match and then done. But nope, there is some other ones as well. Weekly supercharger, hero supercharger, yay! I don't have to do this week. I'm not doing hero superchargers. If I do they're all important. I can't just take them off. Oh no, not 140. Come on, this is a hell on earth. Oh, when we see that skin, we know this guy is not gonna. Wasn't it in Battle Royale area? Huh. Beautiful. Okay now. Still gonna do some Battle Royale lobbies as well. I think. I mean, when does the FNCS start? 8 o'clock? Or what? Like, I mean, 8 o'clock for me will be 1 hour. 38 minutes from now. Do you know Smurf? If you're still here, if you are. It says 2 people, so it could be. Bot. Somebody's name Bot. Ah, that's the one that won.
Welcome back. We need to recover everyone we can before the break in the storm closes. Defend the bases, survive the husk attacks, and we'll get you home as soon as we can. Don't forget, you can't harvest this far out, so keep watch for supply drops. You're too far out to harvest, but we'll keep you supplied. Once a base falls, it won't receive additional supplies, so keep those bases standing.
What's it destroying?
I've added a little illumination to guide your efforts. The light beam should guide you to the critical objectives. Ah yes, I forgot to mention the further complication. This is a genuine floor is lava situation. We've been training for this our entire lives.
I mean, now everyone is like.
Make me proud.
I guess we will go. What? Those were like bots or something. I don't know. People would want to sabotage the mission. I don't know. How did they even get 108? Bad lobby, I guess. chance if I can get into... Nobody's doing it anymore. What level did I get myself to? Oh. Oh yeah, what's when the 2 hours? Oh, this one is to wait, what? Yeah, that one is in 2 days. Okay, 2 days and yeah, a loading screen. I have to watch it probably like an hour, 2 hours, and then you get a loading screen. I did a match with it. Fortnite is ruined again. Why? There's a new tube glitch. Okay, and I don't know if they want to do them and risk themselves. That's maybe easier to get banned or something, or blocked. I don't know what Epic does to people who dupe. Nope, no one is doing it. 124. Really want to do even easier. Too bad you cannot like if you like you cannot choose like power level 70 missions. Those kind of modes. Probably maybe I'm gonna eat something. Getting tired. So people are trying for the 141. Never mind, not anymore. 124. Oh yeah, we'll see how that goes. 124, maybe it's gonna be way more difficult. Okay, we got no builders. Well, I'm a constructor, but not an expert really. I kinda freeze on pressure when it comes to fast building. So see how it goes. If they even stay in the game. Message. Smurf.
Welcome back. We need to recover everyone we can before the break in the storm closes. Defend the bases, survive the husk attacks, and we'll get you home as soon as we can. Don't forget, you can't harvest this
Don't
far
forget.
out, so keep watch for supply drops.
I am not doing anything.
You won't be able to harvest this far out in the storm, so use your
Where is this
materials
build?
wisely. And don't forget to keep
Oh
an
my
eye out for
gosh.
supply drops.
There's no chance of survival with this kind of build.
I've added a little illumination to guide your efforts. The light beam should
What
guide
level
you
is
to the
it, this
critical
guy?
objectives.
123.
Ah, yes. I forgot to mention the further complication.
It looks like
This
more
is
like
a
a higher
genuine
up here, like
Flores
2
lava
tiles up
situation.
boys.
We've
You
been
know,
training for
there's
this
one
our
explosion and
entire
all of
lives,
this
people.
goes.
Make me proud.
I have no hopes with this
You
mission.
have some amount of time to set up before the first wave. Good luck, Commander.
Let's see how it goes. Not in a rush though. Not in a rush. Every day you see a new build, but this is not really new. Doesn't look like new at all.
Buckle up. This next wave is gonna be awful.
Awful. What? Huh? Let me guess, they're gonna put 8 tiers on top of it as well. The hell? Fire traps on one tile. Maybe it works well. 124. Take it. Only
have a
the
moment to breathe
Ice
between
King.
husks.
Only the Ice King will be right now, like.
Commander, you won't make it out of there
Would be
without
like-
supplies. Thankfully, supply
Still
drops are
glitched.
inbound.
Then everyone would just freeze, 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 freeze. But I don't know this build. I mean, at least I'm going for the boxes. Ninjas. I don't know. Get enough stuff.
Prepare for the next wave.
Why did it... Wrong button. Nice building. Oh, this building's there.
action. A supply drop is coming your way. More husks incoming. You'll need to destroy the pillars to end the wave.
Ah,
You have a teammate down.
the hell is it? I'm blind. Definitely blind.
You have a teammate down.
Someone.
We have a moment to breathe between husks. The storm is targeting the cavern.
4. I can't put them here because there's. I have to put them everywhere. Ah, okay. Oh wait, before I go, I don't know, did they already take it?
A new wave of husks is on the way.
really tried with broadsides, but I don't know. Not quite well with weapons. I like spam nukes everywhere. Did no damage at all. Disappointing.
We have a momentary reprieve from the waves of Husk. The depot is under attack.
Something like that. What do I need for this? Powder. I need powder. Okay.
Buckle up. This next wave is gonna be, awful. You have a teammate down.
They're all gonna leave now.
We're taking heavy damage and need assistance. We have a momentary reprieve from the waves of husks. A supply drop is coming your way. The storm is targeting the depot.
Yeah. I have no hopes with this one. Still. I don't know. I actually should have probably left from the beginning, but I don't know. I'm still here. Still wave 6 though. If we survive this, like, you know, like this small build, I'll be surprised. Please don't put cannons outside walls. I have not put any cannons outside walls. I mean, I tried to do it like a few missions ago, but it did not work out because it does not do enough damage.
More husks incoming. You'll need to destroy the pillars to end the wave.
hell? Okay. We're getting something now. We're getting something. Oh my god, people, we are getting something. Understand what you're not there. Oh, they even know what to do here. Crazy.
A new wave of husks is on the way. Teammate down.
Oh, it's falling apart.
Reprieve from the waves of husks. A supply drop is coming your way. The cavern is under attack.
Really? What made you think that way? Damn, that takes forever. Oh, wait. Walking there, nice and slowly. It's like two different ones going. Pick which one you want to go. Basically. Pick.
another wave of storm creeps.
Yeah.
Robot friend likes to say, we have a break in the action.
Robot friend.
A supply drop is coming your way.
Yeah.
The depot is under attack.
Yeah, we know that. We knew that like 400 years ago. With this one. Everything I have, every material.
More husks incoming. You'll need to destroy the pillars to end the wave.
Pillars. Alright. least the last one. Always the last one.
A momentary reprieve from the waves of husks. The storm is targeting the mine. Another wave of storm creeps. You have a teammate down.
Good. I'm dead. Fourth guy. Yeah, I'm burning, like.
You have a teammate down. To say, we have a break in the action. A supply drop is on its way. The cavern is under attack.
Oh no. I'm alive, but okay.
More husks incoming. You'll need to destroy the pillars to end the wave.
Oh my god, why?
Just a moment. The storm is targeting the depot.
Oh, they destroyed it. Huh. They've not done that. Oops. I love this. Freeze is nice, but it doesn't stop the smasher. It doesn't stop the smasher, so that's the problem. I don't even know what I'm doing here.
Buckle up. This next wave is gonna be,
Wait, what?
awful.
Just didn't have anything on here.
We're taking heavy damage and need assistance.
Yeah, I understand, but can't do much about that.
taking heavy damage and need assistance.
That's why we need tar pits, not ice things, so we can stop them.
Supply drop is on its way.
Same one? Oh no. Okay.
The cavern is under attack. You have a teammate down.
Oh no. How long is that? Guy left. I need everyone, you know?
More husks incoming. You'll need to destroy the pillars to end the wave.
What is here? There.
Careful. From the waves of husks. A supply drop is on its way. The storm is targeting the mine.
How's it going? Very stressful. 108 is easy, 124 not so easy anymore.
Another wave of storm creeps.
Yeah. Another weave.
Now would be a perfect time to perhaps revive your teammates. Please? You're the only one left. Be careful. Base structure is weakening. We need support. The wave is complete. The cavern is under attack.
What? Oh.
It's almost time for extraction.
Yeah, I know, but kind of having a hard time here. Everything, yeah.
Your teammates.
Times I've done it. Can I finally never ever have to do this again? Uh-oh, that's emote is not allowed. I think I had the setting on or something. Rip. Yeah, I think I did I think I allowed it then. I played off stream as well. That's why. Yeah. But I had no time to do emotes anyways though. I don't know, what did I? Okay, 345k. Please do not be part 4 as well. Thank God. I never have to do this again. Good. Good.
It's like you really... how safe are these x-rays?
Still have to do ventures. 46. Easy missions today. 1. 141. 25 survivors. Place. To start doing more endurance. I have to do it endurance soon to gather some resources for that. There will be in the future, you know, more like weapon superchargers and stuff like that as weeklies. This time this is a hero one. You know, doing those missions, it eats a lot of materials. But yeah, I kinda like to use Lucifer skin. I don't know. Say they're all Lucifers, glowing, the back bling. Very nice. Last few days I've been using Lucifer skin. More like a week now. $23 minutes. FNCS. This time we're getting a loading screen. A loading screen. I think I should do the giveaway. The level up pack giveaway. 22 minutes. And I can go watch and then eat at the same time as well. So, look for saves right now, yeah. Here. And then, oh no, I forgot. I forgot once again. Let's do it right now. Music is not allowed, you know. What would happen if we win but already own the pack? Already own the pack. One item from the item shop, 1,200 V-Bucks. Because the pack is 1,200 V-Bucks. So one item. Or I don't know. Or multiple items, or multiple small ones, but the but they're like, you know, 1,200 is, you know, the limit spending spree. It could be, I don't know, like 2 wraps or something, I don't know. Or 800 skin. Yeah, that's 1,300. I don't know. 1,200 is capacity. Okay. I need to remember how. Okay. Let's see. Here it is. Motion. 6 seconds. Subs only. Edit. Days. Anyone still here? Week, 6 seconds should be fine. And yeah, it's still numbers guessing game, you know, numbers guessing game, and I'll think of a number and you guess numbers and stuff like that. And you know when I put the message in the chat, then you know where you start basically. You just wait for my message in the chat. My message. Okay. Blah 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 blah. I got a number. Alright. You guys have done it multiple times. I don't even need to type anymore like whole message. It's 1 to 100. 1 to 100. Hey, we have the number, by the way. We have the number. Let's see. Yes. Yep, Doofus, you are the winner of the giveaway. 43 was the number. 43. So what you want? And since you're the one who owns already probably the pack, as you asked about stuff, you own it, huh? Probably own it, man. I don't even know. Yeah, we own it. Okay, so I guess 1,200. That stuff here.
a bang, salty like they bang, head up in my face, no space, put it up, I don't fade, I ain't missing no shot, cause I'm always in range.
You sure? Sophie, you sure? Yep. Okay. Well, you own it now. Congratulations. You are leading by far. Seems like this year is your year. You had 2 giveaway wins, now you have 3. Maybe 2 to 3. Oops, not 63. Publish. Okay, enough of that. Okay, it starts. 9 minutes. just waiting for the landing. Maybe I should go in already. 8 minutes. Wait, what? 8 minutes. Is that? Ah, yeah. Okay. Like 8 o'clock. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I have to watch it a long time though. Grand final 7 days. Next Saturday. Good thing for me is that, I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but next Saturday might be free. Full day free for me, so I'll be for the best. So yeah. I'm close to getting my personal record of V-Bucks. My all-time highest was 69. It's a magical number, as you know. So it was 69,000. Maybe we should go to Legend Landing already. Hey, they gifted the wrap. Wait, was it this though? Wasn't that the Discord bot quest? Discord challenge wrap. I don't know the name anymore. Find the force. What's the rap's name though? Horse cats. Oh yeah, it is that one. Pride rap. Yeah. Yeah, it is that rap from the Discord challenge. And fight. 17 more scans. I'll go eat, so I lurk. Yeah, I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna go to Legends Landing and sit there and be basically mute myself for like 2 hours. Because, you know, basically you have to sit in the Legends Landing for hours to receive it, because some people try to do like 15-30 minutes. Some get it, some don't, so I'm just staying as long as I can. I would do like normal lobbies as well, but like, you know, boss lobbies, but I still like to get that. Did I even get this? There was a spray, right, for FNTS. I watched 2 hours. I think I did not receive it. Or maybe I did, I don't know. FNTS, yes. I don't know. It's very weird this time. That looks like Grand Theft Auto 5 or something. By Epic. Matches landing. You received the petition and remain to apply. Well done. Thanks very much. Public. Maybe Smurf wants to join the Legend Landing. Who knows? Probably doesn't want to. He can always leave. I don't know. I'll just do that though. Gonna eat as well, I'm kinda hungry. Plants. Alright, I'm gonna mute myself.
We are back, but tonight it's the final shot at the grand finals of FNCS Major 2. The pressure is on for Surge Week, as you either need a victory royale or finish in the top 5 at the end of the day to secure your seat next week. Former FNCS champion Hen is in the lobby tonight with his duo Paco. Both have what it takes in terms of knowledge, experience and mechanics, but tonight they have to gear up as the competition is not going to be easy to nab a grand final spot. Will they make it happen? Vico and Kylie are also competing tonight, and these guys mean business. While Vico is one of the youngest talents in the competitive Fortnite space, grand finals is where he belongs. People are cheering them on this weekend, but can they handle the spotlight? Lastly, we're going to see Pablo Wingu and Bevies fighting for survival. While barely making it into Surge Week last weekend, they're now here to solidify themselves and prove that they belong among champions in the grand finals. No time to waste for them. The pressure is higher than ever, as many teams have a chance to join the 40 best teams of EU in the grand finals next weekend. With 5 games to play, they have to make every single one count. This is not just for fun. This is the EU FNCS. It is Surge Week, one of the diamond weekends in the Fortnite competitive calendar. Why is that? Because there are only 10 spots left in Grand Finals. Who will reign supreme? Let's find out. Welcome into FNCS EU Major 2 Surge Week. My name is Adam Savage. It feels divine being back here on the hosting throne. So much to look forward to, so much Fortnite to enjoy as well. But this would not be a coronation of our qualifying kings without a pair of our very own crown jewels now, would it? No, it would not. Let's meet our analysts. It's Mini Miner and Taco. Get in here, you two. Oh, look at you. Oh, you're welcome.
It's incredible.
It's the crown sire. I feel bow maybe, like Fortnite royalty here. Guys, this is amazing. Yo, I'm so excited because being back here, studio, it's Surge Week. I mean, Taco, this is an amazing time. 1 week before Grand Finals, last chance saloon for our players.
I mean, this is it. This is the final stop of the bus. If you want to find your ticket into the Grand Finals, you have to make sure that you turn up today because only 10 spaces left, like you were mentioning, Adam, and this is it.
I love Surge Week. It's all about wins. It's all about different play styles. It's the last chance, as you mentioned, Adam. I couldn't be more excited.
Yeah, because our players, obviously, they want to be in finals, a chance to kind of, potentially get the Axe of Champions. A lot of pressure on their shoulders as well.
Well, you would say pressure, but maybe not necessarily, given that every single team playing today has actually competed in a Grand Finals before, so they know what it takes.
That is very true indeed. Let's take a look, actually, in a second at our kind of players who are competing tonight as well, because we have so many in this stacked lobby coming our way as well here. Take a look at this. There are tons of teams all still going for broke here into finals. Let's take a look at one of them first and foremost. We have to focus on here, Hen and Paco. I mean, Hen's been there, he's done it all, and this duo are desperate to still qualify here, Mini.
Yeah, Hen's one of those players that has been in the EU scene for a while. He's part of the furniture. You expect to see him, but you don't expect to see him in Surge Week necessarily. But if you've been watching his games and his gameplay recently, he's been trying to form into that IGL role, and he's been struggling to find the perfect partner for that position. Of course, he was playing with Anas at the beginning of the season, but they only lasted for 1 week. And of course, then he picked up Paco. They played 2 weeks of FNCS competition, and to be here is quite impressive for only 2 weeks of playing.
Yeah, especially given the fact that they really only qualified for week number 2, so they haven't really had as much time as you would necessarily anticipate or ideally want for a duo to kind of get that chance to gel together. But what's also interesting about them is that landing over at Naughty Nets, they're actually facing off against a last-minute contest process, but I think that it's still an ideal situation for them because individually, their contested win rate off spawn is actually combined for 58%.
Yeah, we wouldn't be a Grand Finals without Hen, it feels like, as well. Yeah, I think it's been 13 he's been in before. But let's take a look at our next team here as well. Vico and Kylie. And, great personality in Vico, Mini. But what does this team have to do this evening to guarantee they get into next weekend?
I mean, talk about Fortnite royalty. These are two fantastic names that I'm particularly excited to see and almost surprised to see in Surge Week as well. We often say every single Surge Week, there's always that team that's like, why are they here? But this is one of them. And they're landing, of course, at the south side of Slappy Shores. They've been landing there all chapter, but it hasn't quite been working out for them so far. I mean, Vico himself, he seemed to just make a few rash decisions, a few difficult plays that result in their elimination in the games. But I'm excited about this duo, and they should qualify.
Yeah, Vico kind of with the trademark up-and-coming patent, and yet for the past year, he's kind of had this title to his name. And so, again, I kind of agree with you, Minnie, where this is definitely a duo you would kind of expect to already be in the Grand Finals. But given the fact that they've qualified 5 times as a duo through Surge Week process before, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess.
Yeah, I think Slappy Shores is one of those kind of POIs that's had a lot of, 8 victory royales across all regions this season so far. So exciting. It's a good place to be landing, I guess, for this team as well. Let's take a look at our next team here. We have Axe Force and Vortexers. Another big duo yet to qualify Grand Finals here, Taco. Tell us about these guys. What do they have to do as well?
Well, they started off the Major 2 actually really hot in week 1. They had one of the highest place finishes for duos competing here today in Surge Week. They came in at 5th place for week 1. So you kind of anticipate a little bit of unexpectancy, especially with a lot of the changes that have occurred throughout Major 2 in weeks 1 through 3. But at the same time, this is a duo whose gameplay I think is ideal for Surge Week.
Yeah, I love to watch these guys. They're almost go big or go home because they love that high ground. We're going to see them on that high ground today, I'm sure, because even going back to last Major, even in Surge Week, they were always going for that high, and they did play very consistently from there throughout every single game. And ultimately, it was game number 5 where they actually picked up the victory royale. So at the very last moment, they managed to qualify last season. Hopefully, we'll be able to see more of the same today.
Yeah, I guess guess, in this format as well, victory royales do count for absolutely everything as we know here.
Yeah.
Let's take another look at another team here as well. We have on our to get excited about Coop and Cade as well. Another duo which we're really excited to see here. We kind of feel like they could be in finals here, maybe, but how are they going to do it?
I mean, they've been playing together for a while, right? They've been playing together since last season as well. They have that experience as a duo. Cade, my Welsh friend, representing the Welsh lads. It's good to see. But of course, this is a duo that I'm excited about. They are uncontested at the north side of the map, just sort of the east side of Breakwater Bay. That might pose a few issues for them today in terms of being consistent, but all you need is one game.
And that's the thing, is that that's where chemistry and synergy in particular can really start to shine. And for this duo, kind of honing in a little bit more on their drop spot, I mean, smushed in between Coastal Battlement and Woodsy Ward, they've got 2 Scout Regiment footlockers to kind of pick apart there and try and utilize that ODM gear for some nice mobility, some nice rotations.
Of course, that ODM gear is so important. If you haven't practiced with it, it can get a little bit difficult to use in the end game. So I hope that this duo put in the practice with that ODM gear, because if they can master it, they should be on for a winner.
Yeah, it goes to show as well, every season things change. ODM gear comes in. This year competitive as well. Exciting stuff. You know, how are they going to manage this? We'll find out very shortly here. Now, of course, on the Fortnite FNCS broadcast as well, we love to have a chance to showcase, talk to kind of like community, people get into the community and players as well. And we're very lucky right now because we do in fact have ourselves one of the players just mentioned it. We're joined by Coop here right now. Yes, Coop! Looking good. It's great to see you here. Yo, it's great to have you here on the show. Coop, we're just talking about you guys and what you have in front of you with Cade here and a great surgery. You've been in this position before, Chapter 3, Season 1, I believe. You had a victory royale. Now that you have that experience, that give you a bit of an advantage going into this?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're pretty confident. We've prepared and stuff. And yeah, I won game 1 before, so hopefully I can win game 1 again, I guess.
Well, I guess only time will tell, but I mean, you're talking about preparation, and as far as you and your duo Cade are concerned, is there anything that you guys like to do outside of Fortnite to help kind of prepare you for these instances?
Not really, not as a duo anyway, but I think mainly if you're just like healthy, you eat healthy, you exercise, like you're gonna perform well.
Yeah, of course, that's great to hear. Now, of course, you guys are landing at the north side of the map, uncontested. How does that change your game plan if you are uncontested today? Talk to me about your search strategy.
Yeah, last season we were contesting grand finals, so we're kind of used to being contested, but I think we're still fine as long as we play our rotates well and we get ahead of everyone else. I think we should be fine for Surge. I don't think it's that much of a problem.
Yeah, one last question very quickly. I'm asking everyone at home at the moment now, victory royales or consistency? What is it for you guys? Consistency or victory royales? What are you going for?
I can see either, to be honest. I think I'd rather victory royale because it's a bit more exciting, but I'll take whatever, really.
I love it, Coop. Sat on the fence. I love it. Brilliant. Where can we find you on socials? Where can we find you online?
This Coop FNBR on everything.
Hey, best of luck in this competition, Surge Week. It's great to have you here. Thanks again for joining us, Coop. Lovely to see you.
Thank you.
Take care, mate. That was great. I love hearing a great question there about what do you do kind of when you're playing Fortnite together is great as well.
Hey, you got to take care of yourself as well.
Yeah, exactly. We asked there again about consistency versus victory royales. Of course, we talk to everyone at home about this regularly and about the players, what their kind of mindset is going into each of these different matchups. Obviously, Surge Week is pivotal. Mini, let's talk about consistency first and foremost here. Yeah. What do players do to ensure they get those points they need?
Consistency is very important. Of course, it is one of the ways you can qualify. And we want to break down here Dan Depuza and Hizix right here, qualifying, or of course, not winning a game, but playing very, very consistently last week in week number 3. And this is just what we wanted to talk about. Those ODM gears, using them in the mid game and just using them as much as they possibly can. And this team, they take very little risk, Taco.
No, and not only that, but with the ODM gear, being able to kind of prioritize playing off the low ground, making those rotations smoothly. But what's nice is how they actually choose to rotate out, because you can see here with this side edit, all that congestion that's facing towards the front side of the zone from where their box would be, by going through the side, they're not having to worry about pulling the entire attention of the lobby. So it's much easier and much more feasible for them to continue those low-tracked ODM gear rotations.
I mean, look at their eliminations here. They only have 3 at this stage, and 2 of which are off spawn because they were contested in this instance. And they're just taking as many or as little risks as possible, as many of the calculated plays as they can. We can see them using up all of their materials, trying to play out entirely what they have, all of their heals, all of their materials completely being used, and we can see it once again going out the side of this box instead of exposing yourself to the front side of zone. We can see the storm to their left. There's not going to be anyone there. They can then rotate down onto that low ground sector, and we see them often using this ODM gear throughout the mid game. A lot of teams will kind of shy away from that, maybe try and use those kinetic blades instead, but these guys do it really, really well. And I like the way that they're playing because they're not playing risky, they're playing consistent.
And I think a part of that also kind of stems back to their original drop spot in general. By being towards that patio side of Meadow Mansion, they're able to not only capitalize on collecting 2 ODM gears because they clearly like to prioritize them. Unfortunate instance there,
Yeah,
though, for Isix with the missed edit. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they've set themselves up for success from the very start because they had the damage that they needed. They knew that they could look for a solid placement, and it put them in the leaderboard, and that's what matters.
It certainly did. Now, we talked about points, obviously, consistency, how that works out, but victory royales. Now, how do we do this, Mini? What do we do to ensure we get ourselves the victory, go straight through to next week without having to worry about points necessarily?
One word, risk. It's
Okay,
all about risk. Can you take risk? If you can find success. And this is exactly what Debuel and Vexy did in one of the games from last week as well. This is one of the games they did end up coming out with the victory royale, and I wanted to sort of highlight the differences to what we saw in the previous game. They're taking bigger risks. They're going for those Storm Surge tanks earlier. They're going for that cash in the middle of the game. And instead of maybe what the last team wouldn't have done, they're actually going for those mid-game refreshes. Of course, we see one of our players here going down. Debuel and Vexy see that as free loot, maybe a llama for them to pick up and enjoy all of that loot from. And that's what it's all about, going for these risks, even going for some crazy refreshes in endgame just to keep them afloat.
Kind of just the epitome of no guts, no glory sort of circumstance for these two, because even when they are good on surge damage, they know it. They don't care. They're still going to take those aggressive challenges throughout those mid-ground layers because they know if they're eliminating their opposition that might be able to contest them otherwise, well, then they're free to tarp. They're free to keep choosing when exactly they want to challenge. And it's that luxury of actually understanding, okay, this is the ideal situation to actually go for it. That makes a world of difference.
Yeah, it really does, especially when it comes down to heals as well, getting as many of those going into the end game, because of course you will expend some naturally as you play the game, but you need to try and find as many of those refreshes as possible. In this current instance, Vexy did end up going down, so he wasn't doing the heal off, but Debuel was able to capitalize on that drop loot, and a little bit of map knowledge here to know where all of these floppers and potentially med miss could be. Really great stuff from this duo, and ultimately it's just about high risk, high reward gameplay. Hopefully we'll see it today.
It's all about high risk, high reward. That's what it's all about here. I mean, we're not playing fine margins here. This is all about you have to go for broke here to ensure you get through to grand finals. Obviously, the royal family here, we're kind of missing 2 members right now as well. It wouldn't be the same without 2 more gems to add into the mix here. Let's meet our casters. Level 2K, shy away to get out here, boys. There we go. Oh, it's so good. I love that. Do you know what? I love that.
Wow.
I love you start a last minute edition. I love it. Come here. Come here, my man.
Yeah,
I'm on tiptoes.
I love
don't
to.
Shy, come here. Come here. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. No, it's really good. I mean, this is. I mean, we've been talking about how hyped like Surge Week is in general here. Obviously, Grand Finals next weekend, but this is the last chance for players now to go through to that kind of next round. Levin, why do you enjoy this week so much, and what do you think is going to happen out there as well?
It's Fortnite Battle Royale in its purest form.
Yeah.
Winner takes all, that's the most important thing, right? Of course you get the consistency, but we don't focus on that, right? We focus on the five winning. That's the more fun part of the weekend, right?
Yeah, fan favorites on their last line. There's no better steak smelling or seeing than this.
That's right. I mean, thinking about teams as well, we've actually highlighted some in the kind of pre-show here now as well. Any teams that kind of particularly you think was worth focusing on as well that kind of really stick out to you that could go the distance?
Well, it's got to be Vico and Kylie for me, man. They should be a lock to qualify through, right? This is a team that's made it through this kind of format many times. Many people would have expected them to make it to finals anyway. I expect them to do it.
Absolutely. T-Chips, the Siptos, they got space, they have rotation. Definitely possible.
Well, look, it is that time, guys. We're going to get ourselves ready to rock and roll now because I believe that we are almost ready for Surge Week to begin here. We can't wait here. We're going to jump right on into the mix. It is time to feel the rhythm, feel the ride. Get ready, Fortnite fam. It's Surge Week time. It's time for game number 1.
EU Surge Week, the region that has some of the most sludgy competition. No one wants to lose in 5 games where they have to make sure they give some space to their teammates and enemies on the line.
It's make or break, and for so many of these different teams, it's a season where many of them wouldn't have expected to be here. Many of them shouldn't even be here, but there are no more excuses. You have to make these 5 games count.
Yeah, Shiloh 11 2K on the mic for this Surge Week here today. 5 games, you either win and pass by or get top 5 consistency throughout the day and also make it towards the grand finals. That first game is live. It's active. So many stories throughout all the qualifiers. We had a pizza party in week 1 and 2. that pizza party had less pizza, still a little bit of heel-off party in week 3. This time it feels like Levin, each player has to win 2 games.
Well, the interesting thing about that, right, Shayo, is that when you look at this style of game in previous seasons, in previous chapters, you know, oftentimes in some of the games you expect to see a heel-off come through at some point, right? One team will make some sort of crazy heel-off play. It's exciting. This season, all the teams in the lobby have been conditioned to heal off all season long, so I expect to see so many of them going for it. Already we're seeing some of the off-spawn battles happening all around the map. Some of these are so brutal, right? Because it's like you're really counting down the games as your season goes by. You have to win off-spawn.
It's a coin flip that's accelerated in time. so fast and boom, it's done. 1 out of 5 chances to make it towards the grand finals absolutely deleted. Pablo and Bevies up in the business, so dominant week 2 of last season. To see them in Surge Week, not even just in Surge themselves, but silently, it seems like. How is this possible?
Look, I think when you look at the trajectory of this team over the past chapter, it's so perplexing. Last season, it looked on top of the world. It looked like they were set to become an established elite tier 1 team. This season, though, certainly a decline, one that they won't be, happy with themselves, but one that they can make up for. This is the 5 games where they can make up for that, push themselves back into finals, and show what they can do.
Yeah, when they actually don't have expectations, when they go back to 0 almost, I feel like that's when they shine. And with stakes up the wall right now, when they have their backs on the ropes, this is where these guys can be as aggressive as possible, go against the grain. That should be fun. Another big name that I just saw looking at things, Fremok, playing Fortnite FNCS EU Surge Week. The brain, the aggression is here. I mean, getting bullied right now, but that's an awesome sight to see.
Yeah, and on the other side, right, the team that's actually taking shots at them right now, Raisin. Right, we saw him many seasons ago with Peña making things happen in FNCS finals. Drew, of course, is someone who's been there as well. Like, these are a lot of players, a lot of names where you think, why are they here in Surge Week? But already, right, we're back to, what actually is a Fortnite game about, and these guys right now trading for Surge early on. Both teams knowing and understanding that you have to get Storm Surge dealt with early on in the game, as when it gets later in there, it becomes so much more difficult, Shire.
You have to make sure you prep things up, and if you want to prep up a watch party yourself, there's a clean feed that you can use. Eclipse and 45th in series points. They're going to be moving along, probably prepped up too.
This one's an interesting one to me, right, with Eclipse, because, a couple weeks ago we interviewed Eclipse and his brother Twy. Now, Twy's playing with Jalen, and they've qualified through to the finals in spectacular fashion. Everybody is happy about that, seeing Jalen in the final. But coming into the season, Shayo, everybody thought Eclipse was better than Twy. They thought, big bro, he's the guy, he's the man, he's the one that's the better brother. But he's not in the finals right now. He's not qualified. His little brother's qualified. He's not. If he doesn't, the power standards are gonna change in the household.
Yeah. Honestly, you can offer me any amount of money if it's a power dynamic with a sibling, brothers especially. That is stakes that are unmatched.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're gonna see breakfast tomorrow. He's gonna take a bigger share of the eggs, all the sausages. He'll have it all.
Now throughout mid-game, the zones have kind of changed throughout the dynamic of this season versus last season as well, right? We went from 9 all the way to 12. A few things going faster a little bit in the early game, but that late game when it comes to map usage, you guys talked about it a bit in week 3, 11, it really changes the way the game's played.
Yeah, you have to be so efficient in the way you sort of go about these games. Almost everything that happens early on has an effect, right? It's a domino in that sense. For Hen and Paco, again, I feel like every time we switch to a team chat, we're going to be thinking, how on earth are these guys here? Hen is a 3-time FNCS champion. Not qualifier, champion.
I feel like for these guys, or just Hen specifically, it's been a struggle to find the maximum speed in his vehicle, in his car, it looks like. I don't know if it's the gear shift that's different, it's whichever duo he's kind of slotting in. Paco for this time is what he has to work with, right, in terms of leading. How well can he enable him to get those eliminations, to be the kind of, the driving force behind this duo?
Yeah, it's ultimately going to come down to Hen and how well he does, right? Paco has played with great plays, he knows how to follow well. If Hen can make the right decisions, lead the team to victory, they'll be well on their way, and I think people expect them to qualify.
I'll be in his duo as well, up inside the box, and a little bit of trouble. I'm finding the finish earlier on, but we do get one down. That's Fremok going away, so Fakey going to be by himself, caught between 2 duos it looked like. And FNCS go as well when it comes to Surge Week Finals. Fakey was really good at actually dictating who moves around in the mid-game. Really good positioning, so surprising here in Surge Week when the stakes are so high. This is what happens. Nathan making it look easy as well.
Nathan and Jakey. Maybe a team with an outside shot. So I'm not sure they'd be considered favorites to make it through this stage, but if they could, it'd be a brilliant story.
Gotta be careful here, though, where you choose to take pit stops. Alex Scott, ball up. Moving across their POI, but if you're a bit too exposed, people do like to just take those shots for that surge. Another fight as well. Schmecky, Gavix, up in the business, but this one looks like it's about a little bit too ice cold. It's not really going anywhere.
Yeah, and I think the advantage here is that where they are on the map, they're so isolated, right? Not many players are going to be anywhere near this, so they sort of can control the tempo of this fight. There's no reason to force the issue. On the other hand, right, it can go the other way where the fight just lasts an infinite amount of time, right? Because not many people are going to start getting involved. But right now, things picking up, the pace a bit. Gabik's building all the way back up. He's trying to take control, and they have control for the meantime.
One thing I've noticed with a bunch of players that end up in these early type engagements in these fights, they kind of lose scope of the entire game itself. It's not even about winning. It's not even about how long it takes. You just don't have an idea, a survey of the battlefield in front of you. It's tough, and you kind of want that. That's what makes winners in this type of format. This might be good for maybe a qualifier week, where you just then drive by and see what's up, but you want to see how the pace of the game, like EU Surge Week is. Eclipse is not going to have that. Neither is Gabix. One of these teams just needs to disengage. They both need Surge though, so it's a little bit of, you know, devil and angel on the shoulder situation.
And I think what we see a lot of the time in game ones is that people are trying to get a feel for the lobby. They're trying to understand how much Surge they even actually need, right? How much damage do we need to be dealing? And so if there are teams in our general area we can take advantage of, then you sort of establish that in game one, okay, this is a team we need to be fighting to get the Surge that we need.
I mean, it works differently from POI to POI as well, right? Those guys are all edge zones, so they're forced in that fight. Two Speed Trick, I mean, when I saw these names, I was like, where's Slippery Swamp? What's going on? What season am I watching? Legends really coming back, but yeah, they're more central. They don't have to have that risky option. I mean, the risk here is kind of like starting a small business. Do you get customers? Are there people near you on the map? Because if not, we've seen that disaster before.
They're going to have to hope there's a lot of traffic in the mega city area, right? That's going to be the main area they can get their tags from.
Cosmo and Jay, once again, not super central, so they're forced to just kind of have conversations, a little bit of discourse with the duos rocking beside them. Shmeki is the one that comes in and just ends up taking over the fight that was happening on the edge of the map. And yeah, him and Gabix, the bullying a bit too much.
Yeah, Eclipse falls, and that puts a very, very interesting sort of stamp on the way the rest of these games go. We set it up, right? He's the big brother. He has to step up today, has to qualify. Otherwise, he'll be watching his brother from the side. But there is still hope in this game, right?
Absolutely.
It can definitely be rebooted. It's not over yet.
Axe Force Vortexers, I feel like this is just the way they like to play FNCS. Get the Surge Week, that's where the brand is for them. You know, we win those and then move on.
Yeah, and they were so impressive in Major 1 in Surge Week. But of course, the caveat was they had Queasy coaching them. So when you got one of the best IDLs, you know, sorting you out, doing you a favor.
I mean, Queasy took 5 games? Is that what you're saying too?
Look, it's all about, you can have the strategy, the execution might not necessarily be there, but I do expect these guys to qual because they are a very aggressive, tight team. They're a team who understands how to play it. There's not going to be many of those in the lobby that can really stop them. So you've got to think one of these 5 games, they can make it happen.
Vets on the court, the best thing about them too is that they won't be shaken if it doesn't go to plan. So 100% correct. Was even crazy? I mean, Takada's crazy about these guys.
I'm crazy about these guys. They're so fun to watch. When are we going to get the Perceive cam? Hopefully, we've got a camera on for us to watch. There's nothing better than watching Perceive and Crazy pick up in a limb and just start screaming, shouting their heads off.
Is passion the difference to other duos that have been in this position as well? Like the hype to watch in the week. What makes them so special?
They are so passionate. Like you said, it means just a bit more to them than some of the other teams in the lobby. We saw them last major as well. They made it through Surge Week, so they know what it takes on this stage to make it through. I'm sure they'll have all the Spanish fans at home rooting for them as well.
Now it's Surge Week. You guys heard of Storm Surge too. We keep talking about Surge. That word keeps coming up. Essentially, what everyone wants to do here is not just win the game, not just get top 5 after 5 games, but game to game, the quest, the game plan for every duo is to do as much damage as possible. You'll see a threshold appear at some point on the right side. It's kind of how you play Fortnite competitive.
Yeah, it's a key foundation of being able to progress through their games, right? It's something that you have to have a plan for. The plan for Bloomy and Carrot right now is to continue to do damage towards Sadie and Rickley. They've already taken Rickley down, so Sadie's going to be left solo. And they'll get out of the way, not without taking some tags though, and so some Slap Juice and Big Pop maybe going to be used towards that.
So the game is kind of different so far. We've been watching 2v2s all around the map. The zones get a bit smaller. You invite another person to the party, another team. Now with 3-way bases all across, sometimes 4 duos rocking in. it gets tough. You have to start to really look at how much an edit opens up, what angles there are all around you.
This has been a new dynamic, right, in terms of this season, this major. The caches, the combat caches, the fights that take place for those, the players putting in the work, and we're seeing right now where two duos both fighting for that cache, both trying to push each other off so they can claim that loot. Of course, the biggest commodities from that are obviously the metal you get and the slurp juices that come out of it as well. And sometimes you get some weaponry upgrades, which ain't too bad.
Yeah, I mean, slurp juices are absolutely the biggest key. You talked about heal off, the final boss at the end of the game after you basically win the game is just healing against other players inside that storm. It's so nice because it lets you move around, battle against the storm a little bit, extends 10 seconds in that absolute scary part, the dark part of the circle, into 15 or 20 almost if you have more.
Here the Rift Island spawning in. The pulse rifles up for grabs, and it's Bebies and Pablo Wingu here in game one who are instantly using those kinetic blades to get up, not without using some shields, but the benefit is they will get plenty of loot back if they can claim this without anybody aggressing them. And so yeah, willing to use a slurp as he knows he'll get some back.
Nice. I was about to say being first is cool here, but a lot of the times it's not guaranteed. Levies though, loud and fast, and that's kind of what you need in order to stop people from contesting you for those pulse rifles. And man, if you have height, I mean, that's what they're kind of going for. It looks like you're being a little bit more aggressive towards these end games. Those pulses absolutely pack a wallop.
Melt players with the ease. But another thing we'll have to watch out for today, right, is that the Mythic munition augments back. So we'll have Mythic pistols as well. And so if you aren't a team that has the pulse rifles, but do get the Mythic pistols, you're still going to be able to absolutely melt people. Those are so strong.
We got options. As is Rayad, him and User. I think when it comes to not healing off, but actually getting into the nitty-gritty Zone 10, Zone 11 gameplay, in terms of qualifiers, we're doing really great. I think it's just about staying together for these guys overall, that can really push them all the way towards winning a game. Sometimes the pressure gets them separated.
Yeah, and the good thing for Rayad and User here this week is that for their benefit, they have BloodX coaching them. Good friends with them, and decided, look, he'll lend them a helping hand. And if you see some of the other teams BloodX has coached this season, they've done relatively well. So, you know,
a few wins.
A few wins.
Just a few.
Nothing.
They're qualified.
So we'll see if they can actually qualify. Clown and Grows, though, a duo that many people who've been paying attention to the EU scene will be very familiar with.
I mean, this is just business as expected. I would classify in terms of a word to describe this duo, rugged. In everything they kind of do. They always push through, but it always comes at a cost. It's even crazy. Can they make that cost even higher? As we get on the build, it's all wood. There's Perceive. Absolutely dialed in. Towards the right side, Grolls on his builds. They see it coming. Not really, there it is. Groll sees him now, but he's like, all right. Waiting for the freebie. We don't have money to spend here. Let's just move on.
I'm sad they clocked on. I love plays like that. I absolutely adore them, but for Perceive and Crazy, they needed it, right? 120 above Surge is not a good spot to be in. We're in the 5th zone now, or we're getting towards the 5th zone. They're going to have to start dealing damage. Going to sit in the bush and try wait for them to peek, which is, again, a nice play to make, but ultimately, with them having to get to zone as well, it's looking like a tough game for them.
What's a good number that people should be at for the moment? Because Jay and Cosmo are also suffering.
Well above 27. I'd say if you're, around that sort of 500, 600 mark is a nice, comfortable spot to be in, right, at this stage. Anything below that, you're still going to be thinking, and even if you are at 500, 600, it's not enough for the whole game per se, so depending on how stacked these end games are.
Oh, you got to stay online. Lucia and Steno up in the business too. I mean, it just seems like we're kind of time traveled in so many duos that we've been watching over the seasons. All here, playstyles clashing.
Yeah, and they're obviously landing at Mega City, so they've practically not moved all game. They've been here in this area. A team I think many people think could make it through on consistency. And understandably, these guys have shown many times that they have decent fundamentals. They understand how to play the game.
It's just that one bad game curse that kind of follows them. It's 4 games of consistency. One that might not be enough, and then you're left with, like, a top 8, sometimes a top 12. You want to make sure that's not possible for the pistol. Up and down his inventory, and Isaac's already his teammate down as the defense from Lucian Steno almost absolutely flawless. Following and covering both layers, up, down. It's fine, and Dande does pick out towards the zone. They're able to just hold it down, keep it going, still have time to get to the circle.
You're seeing how nervous some of these teams are. A couple missed shots here, a bit shaky at times in that fight, but they get the job done, and that's the most important thing.
The Q1's over for Tucson Putrick, and so far, the yields, the profits, kind of high-ish, 137 above. We'll be seeing a little bit of that lobby clamping down. A replay from coming in Floki that are also landing towards the very left side of the map. They have so many teams around them, but there are no strangers to adversity. It's kind of how they play the game. They love having the options for Surge, and right now they're looking absolutely flawless.
Yeah, and this is a team with two players who are very, very well familiar with each other. You saw in that fight, right, the way they both took different angles and pinched it in just at the final moments. A team that has a lot of pride and will hopefully be able to push their way into another FNCS final. Clement's been there so many times, Floki as well. It'd be a shame to not have them there representing France, but they'll have to do the job. And right now, using that ODM gear to just move all the way on in. And basing up, I actually think Clement maybe could have went in a bit deeper. But getting into zone here is fine. A bit of spray that they'll probably be able to withstand. The problem is their mats are starting to run a bit low, Shia.
Yeah, they have to be able to target someone coming in from that island floating on the left side. They've kind of opened themselves up to not really have trees in front of them as well while they're looking back, and you can see it on the mini-map as well. A bunch of the teams that are on that edge of the white circle are just looking back for anyone flying in super late. Mats, though, yeah, are the key. The name of the game. It doesn't matter if you get 10 eliminations, if you can't actually get to those bodies, get the materials, your journey will be over here. You still have 6 more zones to go.
Lush and Fury, a team that maybe will be feeling that they've been slept on somewhat in these conversations of who can make it through.
What?
Well, Texas and Axe Force. Fortnite, eh?
It's always a surprise every time. But I love it. It's too casual for the stakes, man. I'm gonna crack up at that every single time.
I want that glider back. I need that. We need that.
Axe Force needs some bandages. I'll trade him some for the glider, if anything. I mean, this is tough for both of them, but they should have heals to be able to get all the way right back up. Robab, when walks on the left side. Mappy and iDrop will be able to take him down.
Max full zone though. Max distance zone right now for iDrop and Map.
But looking good on Surge. We know that Map has some ODM gear. iDrop might have, oh no, they have the options for ODM. There's 2 more down, so definitely has a rotation. They'll be able to move across, but they have to do it perfectly or there will be trouble.
Yeah, they have to get the timing right, and you'll see now iDrop finally starting to scout out where exactly they're going to go. They do have kinetic blades, but
they can't see anything.
That's a tough pull. It's a very tough pull.
Paco and Hen, I've seen this before, but usually they're a little bit more central. Hen going for 3 more tags, but the one thing about Hen is just timing. You can't just be overly aggressive for these picks. You have to be able to move.
They're playing the game on hard mode though, man. No mobility to be able to move through. Hen just trudging through, running through.
I mean, that flare will give him a little bit of information, but all good as info if you can't really sift through it.
Just gonna have to hope the rest of the builds that he has will be able to get him into zone, put them in a position for some sort of a refresh. But they're doing a good job of running in.
It's not just the refresh, though. You see overall surge from 100 down to 6 below. Even more problems. The Jenga tower's falling.
A lot of pressure right now, and even though there are opportunities, players flying through the skies, the priority is to get into zone.
And everyone that's actually in zone is also having trouble. They only have to make this entire journey absolutely spotless. People who are box fighting right now are losing. Some of the strongest teams that we've seen. Steno, unfortunately, going down. Vortexers as well. There might just have been a little bit of pressure, but he doesn't survive. Tusto on his base gets a few. Hen still trying to move. Lots of people in front of him.
They did very well to get into zone without being tagged. Trudged through a lot of the match though, right? Hen's just down to 30 builds left. It is metal, but a refresh is very, very needed right now.
Yeah, it has to be Kidwell that they jump into right here. Hen.
They don't have a build out here. They need to start doing damage.
They gotta go on a timer that's already run out. They're on fumes. But there's no way that they can make any edits. They can't even open up their boxes. Too many people from down below at Mega City watching them right now. They're elevated, but that's a curse. Pen still trying to find a few as Paco goes down. Kidro and Trexter will be able to just pick up everything here. And he has another option in Coin down below, but nope, no choice in the first game. Pen is gone. But we're able to pick a few things up. There's two tricks from a huge tower from before. Now down to the earth, looking exactly box to box, seeing what they can do. We're gonna be moving through Mega City here, so lots of options for fast rotation, but you don't want to be caught up in it. You can also go all the way up towards these skyscrapers, the big buildings, and Stompy and JJ2. They're running in it today. Wouldn't even expect them to play, but here they are.
Yeah, and a real nice rotation as well. They have access to dead side as well as they move through. They'll put them in positions where they can hold teams back because they need the damage, they need the surge. You can see they realize the team following behind their tracks. They want to get in. JJ2, the aggressor. Stompy trying to follow up with some pressure, but not able to force their way in and actually get dropped down. It's Desi that gets the elim there.
Organized chaos to absolute desperation to 0. Unfortunate for them, but we've got Jerky and User all the way sky high. Looking good in this Metropolis. I mean, this is looking so nice, and they've got that mythic munition active. They have the shots that they can take. Just got to make sure the timing for everything is right.
The top looks so much better than the bottom right now. They have the prime positioning, exactly where Jerky will want to be. That's his style, that's where he thrives. Vico and Kylie on the other end of the spectrum, way down beneath, but still looking good as this endgame continues with a good set of heals, some materials. Things are setting up nice for both teams.
This is where you have to make the tough decisions, though. Zone 9 to 12 is where it gets really claustrophobic, and 2's trying to get all the way up to a good spot. Cost them a little bit of HP. This might be their final heals, but what a good place to be in. At least they're here first. We'll be able to make it through Zone 9. No one really going down yet, so rotations all across the board. Looking clean so far.
Yeah, but you know what that means. Players are spending their max, players are running low. And the same can be said for the teams that are watching. Bebies and Pablo Ingu. Big expectations on their heads. They have the pulse rifles and not really been able to do much of it so far.
Now they're kind of fighting against the tide now. They need to activate half HP for both of them as well. Nyan and Moneymaker have kind of just stopped down the stress. They're getting beamed in so many boxes, but now they're just looking kind of bot back up top. I drop and map. Go for a retake, go for a huge overtake as well, but no luck.
Axe Force is the one that hits them down. We said they wanted to play for high ground, and he's done that successfully here. He's forced them just to sort of play on second height for the meantime.
Vico, Kylie as well elevate. They were all the way down towards the dirt. Now, sky high, they're looking good. Destiny also in the business. Map with the shots, and they're going straight towards that entire skyline. This is nuts for Map to just hold on to this, but chopped down once again. Big shot towards the left. Let Carrot be cooked in that one.
Bloomy, can he respond? Can he answer? Maybe not if Mappy's hitting shots like that one. Vico and Kylie staying on these high layers, but there is a team there that they need to deal with soon.
Trying to go for all these reconnections, costing him a lot of mats. Matt going all the way towards the top, doesn't see anyone there for now. Some high flyers. Kind of looks like Axe Force's glider as well. Matt's going for it, interrupted once again, has to box up. Where is iDrop?
He's nowhere to be found, but that doesn't matter. Matt will still get the job done, and a nice one connects there. Bloomy falls. He's taken out Bloomy and Carrot, and he's now connected up on height with iDrop. A team that many thought would play height, and they're doing that here in game 1.
Have the penthouse suite, have all the anemones, and they're going to be looking to see exactly what they can do next. Meanwhile, Vico, box to box, has landed the shot and has a few more left to go. Rachel was the one to go down first. So many people in front of him, though. You cannot make a mistake. You can't even take a second, or it might just cost you your life. Down here in the slums of Mega City, the oxygen does not even look breathable. Moneymaker, how can he even tell where he's going? Everyone stacked side by side.
We're moving towards the north. We're moving out of all this congestion in Mega. But who's actually going to come out of the POI alive? Not many teams. You've got to think. Vico and Kylie, they've moved through. They're trying to claim space towards the front, and there's going to be a team on that wall. Teams on this layer. Will they connect to the shots? Will they even look to take the fights or just use their builds?
We'll try for it. Everyone's just still so weak. Dropping like flies left to right. Lamar on the wall. Moneymaker will go for the shot. Can't really land it yet, but as a duo, him and Nyan will be able to get that pressure up and down. Vico below him. They still defend. They have no mats at all.
He's playing with the zone, but he's not got much HP. Barely picking up some materials now. Gets chunked down from height, and he's going to have to use this medbit to get him all the way back up.
Both of them have one, and they're choosing themselves. It's huge, but from the top side, iDrop goes straight down and absolutely silences them out. The pressure squeezed towards the dirt. 6 splashes from Map up top. All iDrop has to do is just delay. to try to do something, interrupt anything happening for this duo down below. It's Kali and Vico versus Map and iDrop.
They have med mists of their own. They have heal of potential. Juriki's to win this one, but he's popping his slurp now. Maybe a bit too early. He's going to hope he can find something in the zone. There is loot there to be picked up. And so it's all really on what iDrop can do. He's deciding now to just go down to the zone. He doesn't think he can really contribute. And so Kylie now using those med mists to heal off. And is he going to have enough is the question.
Christina might have something in the pocket as well. Found something. Map looking for it. Got the slap juice. Pop it one more time. Has to get towards the Magnus. Is there time to pick it up and actually starting to tick? Yes, Jerky though, spinning. 5 HP on it, looking for anything, and somehow Jerky, the lone survivor, 15 HP, wins that final heal fight.
In that 12th zone, there were so many different teams who looked like they were in prime position, Shayo, to win that game. But it's Juriki who's picked it up at the end from out of nowhere, seemingly.
Where'd he come from? I mean, he had height at the start, and then boom, user's down. And he's down inside the river too. Quickly was basically clipped into the map the whole time. No one thought of Jerky, and he just steals the win.
What a game one for Jerky. So happy for him and user as well. Jerky actually had a holiday booked. He didn't want to play third week. He had to cancel his holiday back to Croatia just to play. And he said, I'm in, I'm out, I'm going back to Croatia. I'm going on the flight. He's probably booked it for later tonight.
He booked it halfway. They had high ground. He said, give me a second. Let me book it. And they're going straight towards grand finals. What a way to start the day.
That is how you get your business done. Juriki and user, they will be playing in the FNCS final. Many people would argue they shouldn't have even been playing in Surgery at all. They made it a one and done though.
Absolutely. There's so many more duels that have that same caveat. A few on, and just more information on them. Adam and the analysts, they have it locked down.
Yeah, we certainly do here. That, well, we did. Where did that come from? We did not expect that at all there. Juriki coming through and getting the victory royale there. Then we were focusing on iDrop's duo, and we looked at Vico's as well. And suddenly out of nowhere, 15 health left at the end there as well. Mini, it was so close. They've gone through, they've done it.
It was so close. And when I thought Juriki, and even Levin said on the cars, he's gone into the storm too early. He
just
popped
gone.
that slurp way too early. He was just running. And I was like, where's he off? And he went in. He must have found something earlier on, made a mental note of it, said, okay, there's splashes there, there's slurp juices there. Whatever it is, I'm going to go back for it. And he made a great decision.
And that's the beauty, I think, of kind of just taking advantage of all that congestion that was building up in those mid and low ground layers over a mega city, because everybody was so confined. So Juriki, I think, just really able to, again, take note of what was available on the ground levels. And when we first saw him booking into the storm, you kind of, that's, you know, all she wrote. You want to write it off, but he just makes it happen.
I know, and so many factors to consider there as well. You know, you think about that kind of end game where there we are looking for high ground, looking for what you have in the inventory, you know, health and whatnot. But if you manage to style out as Juriki has there and just know how to survive, Mini, it pays off dividends come Surge Week.
Yeah, I mean, historically, Juriki has been a high ground player. And I remember all the way back in Chapter 3, Season 2, I predicted Juriki every single week in the semifinals, which is a similar format. You could qualify with the Victory Royale, and he let me down every single week. He couldn't quite pick up the Victory Royale. It didn't quite happen, but now he's done it. In game number 1 here, Major number 2. I couldn't be more happy for him.
I mean, Taka, we've got some of the stats here on screen as well here. Walk us through here. What really jumps out to you as well at Juriki here?
I mean, as far as Juriki is concerned, again, this is just a name that you would kind of expect to have already qualified into Grand Final. So it's not honestly that surprising to see him win with the Victory Royale, but getting it done on the first shot, I think, is what matters most here.
And this is an FNCS winner we're talking about. This is a Chapter 2 Season 6 FNCS winner alongside Queasy. And it was a great performance there. He hasn't quite been able to live up to that same success since. It hasn't quite worked out for him in the different, different formats, different duos that he's had. But hopefully now, booking a ticket to Grand Finals, hopefully he can make it happen.
Yeah, interesting as well, I presume the rest of the lobby are looking out. See, two teams there, battling it out there. Both have, like, I think, 6 eliminations each here. Makes a big difference, but now those points are still in the game because neither qualify with Victory Royale. So we have our stats here, the standings after the very first game here. We can see Vico and Kylie there. We talked about them earlier in the show. 56 points, a great way to start proceedings here, Taco.
Look, and if there's any indicator of the up-and-coming status that Vico has been able to build for himself, this profile is only going to continue continue because he had an excellent performance here in game one, arguably a little bit robbed here at the end there by Juriki as far as Kylie not being able to close out in the same kill-off circumstance, but still some great eliminations and some great instances of Vico with that clutch factor.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from this duo. And at the moment, well, at this point, I thought, you know what, they're looking really good. They're getting refreshes. They're doing exactly what we talked about at the beginning of the show. And then Kylie had the heals. We thought this is fantastic. Game number one victory for Vico and Kylie, but of course, Juriki had other ideas. I like the way they played it, though. Mid-ground layers, we talked about it earlier. Vico's fragging ability, but of course, Kylie picking up a few eliminations on his own as well. Really great stuff from this duo. Hopefully, they'll be able to keep it up, but of course, their contestation off spawn, of course, they're on the south side. They're uncontested there. If things on the north side change up a bit, it could get a little bit dicey for them, but I think they'll stay at the top.
Yeah, they certainly will. I mean, you've got a few teams here. You know, got 56, 50, 48 points. That's a great start for a lot of teams here who have come in. Eliminations looking good as well here, Taco, which I think is a big factor here also. Yeah,
eliminations, I think, jumping up to being worth 4 points now for Surge Week, I think is making a bit of an impact as well because players don't necessarily have to play exclusively for placements. They can look to kind of escalate their point process just through elims.
And I think the biggest difference that I saw in this endgame to what we've seen for the first 3 weeks is often we see one team that's all the way up on high ground, just uncontested, enjoying their life. Whereas this time, we saw Juriki trying to do that at the beginning of endgame, but he wasn't allowed to make it happen. So many of those other teams were looking up there thinking, we need that because that's key to success. But as it happened in this game, it didn't even matter.
No, it didn't. But what did matter as well for some of our teams were things like Storm Surges or Head and Packer, one of the teams you highlighted at the beginning of the show as well, went down to that quite early on. Disappointing for teams as well, there, Paco, when that kind of thing happens in game one of Surge Week.
It seems as though there might have been more of an issue with mobility circumstance as far as Hen and Paco are concerned. Because keep in mind, they didn't have any kinetic blades, didn't have that ODM gear available, which makes it significantly more difficult, especially when you're trying to traverse through some of the natural map elevation. You get stuck, you have nowhere left to really run, you're kind of forced to just go forward, and in that case, it's a lot easier for other duos, I think, to pick you off.
It is, and it all started from the beginning. They were, of course, contested off spawn down at Naughty Nets, but they didn't actually take advantage of that. They actually left Naughty Nets a little bit earlier than they really should have, because they didn't take advantage of the other team for Storm Surge tags, and that's, of course, why we saw them going down in a less than favorable spot. They can fix a few issues here, fix the spanners that are thrown in the works. They should be okay, but still time to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's all to play for in game two as well here, because we know that, you know, with only 4 left today, there's only 5 obviously today as well here in Surge.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's so imperative you do get a good start. I think some of our teams will be deflated, but they'll come back winding their sails for game 2 here, Taco.
Yeah, but again, it's like all it takes is one victory royale, whether you're looking for consistency or not. As long as you're able to close on one singular game, that's all it takes.
Yeah, but for the teams that are trying to go for that consistency, there is still time. You have 4 games. 1 game shouldn't matter too much, but these next 4 better be good.
They better be good. I think we all hope they're going to be great as well. I'm sure it's going to happen. I'm getting news that we are ready for that as well here. So it's all to play for. It's getting very exciting. We're in for a treat. We're waiting for the beep, and it's coming our way because it's time for game number 2.
If game number 2 is anything like game number 1 in EU Surge Week, I'm throwing away all my expectations, finding them again, and then throwing them away again, because I don't know what to expect.
That endgame was so messy. I didn't know what was going on. On hype, we saw like 16 different teams, it felt like, going for at a certain point. I think we're seeing the effects of these teams who are very, very much desperate to try to pick up a win in these games.
Absolutely. It just goes to prove that anyone can really win a Fortnite game if you have the courage to stay alive, never really give up, because we weren't even counting Juriki as a contender towards the very end. We thought he'd just be a 2v2.
He did it. He did it. 1 of 1, and we'll see who can pick up number 2 as we head into what is going to be another game of off-spawn madness, it seems like.
That's what we like to see. It's just off-spawn craziness into a little bit of a delay in the mid-game as everyone tries to get their search, and then ultimately, towards the end, it's absolute greatness and who's going to really win the game.
Yeah, I feel like apart from the couple off-spawn battles we had, it was so hard for any sort of reaction to take place. Everybody playing, rather safe, it felt like, in that first game. But like we said, it can be a bit of a feeder at times.
Jay and Cosmo were in that safe kind of space. They had a really good early game. Mid-game was looking nice. And so many correct boxes over and over, but it has to be absolutely perfect. And what good tracking mid-air too from Jay. Comes right back around, though, and trying to go for the full finish.
Cosmo.
Savior.
What a savior. If Jay had been picked up there, the Siphon would have came in, and maybe it's an even battle. Maybe things go a different way. But Cosmo was ready and waiting. What do we have here? Mikey and Lazarek. ushered away by Hen and Paco. And if you're Mr. Savage and Vidil watching from home, especially Mr. Savage, he's going to be hoping his former teammate Hen can do him a favor. Because if Lazarek and Mikey qualify to finals, it could be another season of being contested or spawn for Mr. Savage. That would be tragic with the season they've been having. And then Paco, though, I don't think Naughty Nets is their permanent destination. It's more so them using this spot to try qualify through to finals, and then they'll figure things out from there.
Usually how it goes for a lot of teams in Surge Week. Saito might be in a similar spot. 2 more battles happening all the way towards the top. A little bit closer towards Brutal Bastion. Isaacs and Donde, we saw them have such a visceral fight in that first game. Could be the same here. But once again, isolated 1v1s all across the map. We love to see those. Saw Pablo and Bevies actually activate really fast this game. That's what we were kind of expecting out of them in game 1. Big elims and lots of space to work with. Artur as well, finding one in the feed. Are you a man of zone, or are you a man of I don't want to be at home, Levin? You like having the circle go right on you, or are you a man who likes to get all the way through and just rotate all the time? Find that easy surge.
I like the zone to be sort of nearby me.
Yeah.
I don't have too much success either way, to be fair, but when I look at least my solo Cash Cup games, ones where I get the most points, so typically where I pull zones, it's a bit easier for me to, you know, find control and pick my spots that way. Whereas I don't have to rotate far, you know, I'm thinking, how am I going to get my map, how am I going to get my surge? It's a weird puzzle to get things all sorted out, but for some teams, they prefer it that way, right? It suits their strategy a bit more.
Absolutely. This is just a good zone for Donde and Isaacs, because they're going to be able to do exactly what Levin's talking about. Have that zone kind of beside them at all times. Move in when they can. This fight taking a little bit too long for kind of the caliber of these players. I feel like either we're going for a straight disengage here, or we're box diving inside these fights, finding out where one person is. Donde and Isaacs playing a little bit away from each other inside the house. We'll tune back in with it later as we switch over to Crazy and Perceive. What I'm gonna just call kind of like the coyotes of EU right now. They're waiting and watching players, looking for the first mistake, and then racking up on surge. I've never seen a team get so close to other duels like this. It's all just about bases. It's all just a little bit more about organizations, but these guys use stealth to their advantage.
It's a good plan to have though, right? I think if you do the preparation and you have an understanding of the timings of different teams, right? Where they loot and when, if you can set up your own plan to sneak on them and get tags off, that's one of the best ways to get surge in sort of edge map areas in this game right now and in, you know, the highest level of Fortnite.
Gives them a lot of information as well. Keeps them moving on the map too. It's glorious. It's hard to keep consistent because you make one mistake and then you're separated from your dual partner. You might not be where you want to be for the next rotation. So really good earlier on. Cosmo, although he can save Jay early in the game, when it comes to this long range fight, not so much a savior right now.
Yeah, things are looking rough for them. They need to start thinking about getting the resources up in this game, material management, as well as some more early surge, right? Because they only would have dealt around 200 or so damage from that off-spawn fight, so.
One thing I like about Cosmo and Jay, Vico as well, is just their relative position to everyone else when it comes to mid and end game. They're really good at pinpointing where other teams are and then putting themselves as a knot to untie for that team towards where they want to go. So they kind of just are interrupters, it feels like, towards everyone else.
Yeah, but that all starts earlier on, right?
Yeah.
The freedom to do that. Vico going for a search here, taking shots over towards the north side of Slappy. Ali with a bit of a different angle just below to the right. I'm not sure if they're still fighting off spawn there in these games. I know there was thoughts that that's what would be happening, right? There'd be some fighting off spawn north side Slappy, so Vico and Kylie can sort of third party and get involved in that. Isn't too bad of a plan for them for surge, right? Early on in the game. Ooh, a team who came so close in game 1. iDrop and Mappy. iDrop watching his former teammate Juriki qualify through. Does that sting a little bit, Shia? Does that hurt?
I mean, I was gonna go on the same lines of like, does it add to the fatigue of this format? It's very exciting for the viewer, right? But imagine coming that close second, and then yeah, adding on the fact that your former teammate is the one that qualifies over you. It's got to be super rough. Can they take more of that? Is it better to maybe just, you know, go down off spawn than to get these seconds over and over again?
I think the good thing is that as much as, of course, yes, you want to see the Victory Royale winners, you know, the 5-game wins. If they do just keep having games like that, they will just qualify.
True, consistency.
Right? Like,
we must have forgot about that.
Yeah. So, like, if they were to do that, like, if let's say they had, like, the 3 second place in a row, after that, even though they'd probably be frustrated, they'd be like, yeah, but we're probably just going to fall anyway, so, yeah, we can't be too mad, you know.
We want to see Pablo and Bevies in that timeline as well. I'm wondering how good they've been at just kind of transferring how aggressive they are, how kind of like fluid they are from, like, you know, fight to fight in semis or Surge Week or qualifiers to finals. Even if they make it through and things look good, we'll see if they're good for finals overall. We've got a few insights on drop spots and whatnots from mid-game piece from Takata. What you got?
Thanks, Shayo. We're going to take a look at now that Jerky and his duo partner have qualified through that VR. There's a duo that's going to be able to capitalize that in Mega City. They did land on the east side of Mega City, so now Shrek and Happy that were contested on the northwest side of Mega City have an uncontested drop spot.
Thank you very much, Takata. We'll have Takata with more updates throughout the day, but a great point, right? Obviously, once you win a game, the team that wins, they are removed from the lobby. So it's one team removed from the pool of players, and that leaves a spot open for somebody else to come through and capitalize on. I'm not sure if you've seen, I'd love to get the statistics on that one. Have we seen a team like roll in through the POI that another team won from and then just win that next game? Does that ever happen?
I believe 100% on West.
Okay.
Because I remember making a package about this at some point, but this has happened before.
Okay.
Specifically high profile, where it's like, whoa, like right in the next game? Not sure. But I know it's happened in the past, 100%.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's happened like at some point in the games, but like directly the game after a team wins, has anybody gone to their POI and then just won the game again, you know?
I feel like when Caddy was a thing, we had like reboot rounds. That's exactly what just kept happening.
Probably.
Caddy launcher into you have it, and then I have it, and then 4 teams qualify. Everyone's just looking around like, well, drop that Fatal Fields again.
Hey.
Life is nice. Lamar for Chawa. We have some information on how their drop was going before as well. Very interesting as to how they split it down. Hopefully the analysts have insight on that later on, but they have a lot of fights that don't really look favorable from this box.
Well, the good thing is, right, I think we saw they were able to make it very deep into that last game. Kefi was actually popping off as well in the backside of the zone. He was getting a bunch of limbs. At one point, the whole feed was just his name, right? So these guys have firepower. They can make it deep into games. If they don't get the win, they can definitely qualify through consistency. Definitely a team to watch out for in that sense.
Just got to be able to do it 5 times over and over and over again. Moneymaker, Nyan, looking really good in terms of just not going down. Armadillos inside the end game. I mean, so many people dropping beside their boxes. A lot of open edits from Moneymaker as well. Right-hand peeks, not getting shot even once. Eventually, of course, did fall, but looked really good at just soaking up so much damage.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that much in game one, but this team was in the FNCS final last major. They were a final team. Should have been third. Should be in final, right? And so it's their chance to do that.
It's just the nature of, like, you know, pizza party qualifiers. It's tough, so different. It's not the same. A lot of people keep forgetting that it's almost a completely different game in terms of, you know, your checklist and end game, how to win completely. This is a little bit, you know, come back to old age, but it's still tough.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams like that, right? I've spoken to a lot of players this season who felt this was probably one of the hardest round ones to make it forever.
Yeah.
Right? Which is why I think we saw a lot of the ups and downs in different teams qualifying one week, not qualifying the other. You know, iDrop was a team that was very much like that. And so they're going to have to make the next game count because it's not going to be this one. iDrop and Matt fall at the hands of Fanasian. Nathan picking them up as well. Bit of a split there in terms of who gets what out of that fight.
I think both teams will be very happy, though. Ran a bit more. I think they're the ones that got a little bit of the damage in. And had that prime position, so many mats to work with. That's just kind of exactly what you want. Yeah, maybe that second thing we're talking about might not happen anymore for iDrop and Map. At least for this game. Pablo Wingu and Bevies box up right beside another team as well. We're switching over to more of these 2v2v2s rather than isolated team fights. There's going to be a third party active kind of at all times for everyone around, and that makes every edit that much scarier. What did Rolls and Clown do in this box? Because there's a lot of loot here, but I don't see them with an Elim at all. Got a little bit of a cache, it looks good. The island spawning in as well. Artor got one of those early Elims. A little bit of materials to make that big base. Has the claim to it first for a pulse rifle. JJ2 Stompy, we saw them have a pretty successful game as well. Really good at just tracking where opponents are, and JJ2 will put that feature that worked to good use. Is kind of just run circles around Mikey and his teammates. Get the damage, get out, heal up a little bit. They got minis down below. No walls on the right side though, that's kind of risky, but they don't mind at all.
Yeah, but you saw, right, in terms of the materials he had, very much what you expect from Slappy almost, where he just has metal, has nothing else. That's what Slappy's good for. It gives you a bunch of metal, but he had nothing else to work with, so they'll need to start refarming trees and brick. The good thing is, as they move towards the north of Slappy, it's a bunch of opportunities to farm some trees and brick there. Wops, though, on the other hand, is unfortunately going down.
That's so tough. I mean, yeah, I guess Roax can just use that kinetic blade now, but okay, reboot Vans here. It's all good. Health tech, maybe? They don't want to waste mets.
Well, that reboot happens. There's a fight going on right beneath the Rift Island, and a very messy fight, it looks like. Actuals and Vortex in the mix of it. Coop and Cage, unfortunately, not going to be beneficiaries from this one. Coop falls.
A lot of these teams are going to want access to that top island. Reboot's going to be tough too, because that island will be looking down on anyone trying to get that reboot up near the lake. Cade runs all the way away, just wants to be able to at least have a game to play.
Yeah, he's just going to wrap. Try look for a reboot potentially.
Who's beaming these guys? Robab has also lost his shield entirely again.
There is a team up here now, no?
No, it's still just them. Looks like it might be Jay on the right side. Oh, there's a team north of Brutal Bastion. That's focusing them for about 200 meters away. They still don't have their pulse rifles just yet. And now they're getting dived in on. It'll be tough, but yeah, Cosmo and Jay come in and try to overtake.
Maybe calling them their pulse rifles was a bit premature. There's a good chance that Jay and Cosmo just snatched them right out of their hands. They've claimed the space just above the flag point. So right now, if it is to pop, it's going to be Jay and Cosmo that take it. They control the space. You can see Jay just sort of moving in and out of that area. It's going to allow it to be used up, but another team getting involved now.
And another rift popping as well. The zone shows that this island's going to be in play for at least the next 2 to 3 minutes. So a lot of teams looking at what they can do to get their hands on some of the best loot, and if not the best position for this zone. I don't see any point that's higher.
Robab's getting out of the way now. They're not going to fight for it anymore. He's going to, I think he's going to go down and try to get the ball. May still look to do that. If they have enough keys to open it up, we'll see. Does he? Yeah, he's got 2 keys. Unfortunately, this vault is not like the other 3 very, very powerful vaults, so
I'll be able to get something out of it.
he already has the mythic shotgun that he'd want from a vault anyway.
Whoa, what's happening over here?
What's going on?
This is like a whole different game. Redag and Rickmore. And still, after all that fighting, they're going to be fine with Surge. First day out here, you know what I'm saying? But first day out here, we're looking good. ODMing, and they might be wondering, where is everyone? I mean, they've all got their own little clusters to win. These guys did it so early.
Yeah, and the good thing about ODMing here is that they can use these ridges, right? Like, the lines of sight towards them aren't very fruitful. Not many people are going to be able to really see them.
They're not going to be able to interact with anyone as well. I know 600's high in terms of having Surge, but if you're moving that early, give yourself a few options. That might come back to bite them if they don't stay active.
I think they'll be good. I think they'll be good just because as we look through a lot of these other teams around, right, look how many teams are just so much lower than them.
True.
They might be relatively high up compared to everybody else. I think they will definitely be leaders in that sense.
Complete stalemate up top on this island as well. That aggression trickles down to the ice. It's cold. Axe Force and Grolls, two teams that have so much firepower, but it's Axe Force that comes in victorious. Unfortunately, this elimination might just have bad timing. They might have won the battle. What looks to be the war is lost as a reboot will take so much time. Up top, 5 more teams come in. I'm watching creative right now, and it looks crazy.
What is going on? It's like we get so many minutes of silence, peace, and then in about the burst of a minute, everything kicks off. All the players fighting. What's gonna hold off now? The angle isn't the most comfortable. Falls back on this wall, edits the bottom, but Coop's rising up. But he still manages to find a way to hit him.
It's crazy that Walks is even alive up to this point. These guys are the first people here. Now after a Royal Rumble and 20 more participants, they still haven't fell out of the ring. Coop rebooted down again.
It's deja vu for Coop. Will Cade be able to pick him up? If not, if Rox has anything to do about it, he knows where they are and he's looking to apply pressure. He doesn't want that to come through.
He's all moving now, so much damage on every single team here. Cosmo and Jay, the duo to start it all, the first ones to try to go for this island invasion. Looking to still have pressure on these walls. They have that slurp juice so they can fight whenever they want.
For a moment, Jay was scary there. He just had his back open face the rest of the lobby. Does protect himself and he's going to look for the loot. They have a bunch of spare heals here.
You can see the why behind this operation though. 64 damage, now 26 for this player 2K. Everyone here is just solo on Surge. They have to just go for this kind of fight island. There's no other thing to do.
Cade's going to make them work for it. So much so that they decided that we just got prioritized getting into zone. We're taking too much ticks when it comes to playing for heal off, right? We know that's going to be a factor in these games. They're going to have to sort of just try clear house, have as good of a game as possible. But they're using all their heals, they're taking too much damage.
Just a loss of control for some of the top teams that we saw inside game number 1. Mapsy though, a chance here to make a name for himself. Might just get cut short as, yeah, can be surviving, but Surge is hitting you right now in the form of lightning, and your mats are dwindling down to less than 500 in total. No one really in the next safe zone. Everyone just still waiting for their chance to move, just healing up, and he goes crazy and spinning with the ODM. Still can't find anything. Steno and Lucia really gonna just keeping to themselves and keeping alive. Do have a chance to at least get some of the loot. Just about 500 wood available for this team today.
Yeah, not much, but they are sitting in a nice spot moving forward. Marco and Odo are going to be above them, and they'll actually go for the play. Yeah, they need the damage actually. They're below on Surge. So it was a nice attempt, and an attempt that won't be done, but unfortunately for them, Odo has his shotgun out, and he has his shotgun ready.
But there's nothing that he can really do. I mean, the defense from Steno and Lucia, I think just at the peak of EU, at least in this lobby, so hard to take down both players pre-endgame. This is once again that fight that we saw from Vortexers and Axe Force. What happens after it? Wow. Spinning edits. You talk about synergy, you talk about mind-reading duos. Once again, they show you how it's done.
These guys got it on lock, but they have to get into zone and just going to make their way in there now. And a lot of materials committed to get here, so they're going to have to make this position work. Blades available, pulse rifles as well. They need to be careful because they need to make a play for Surge, but there are teams in the lobby that need it a bit more desperately. They don't want to walk into anybody's trap.
There's a bunch of teams that are below. Kudo and Trexers with Hen and Paco again in a situation where there is just no control. Usually up at this point, they're a bit higher overall in the sky. It might have just been an issue with rotating so close to a different duo. Trexer Kudo are not stopping the pressure. 9 below. Hen hit once again. Towards the right side, Paco's doing something desperate to maybe get some pressure onto the wall, but it's not going to actually have any fruition. Zone is basically maxed for the whole lobby, including these two duos. And then Paco just waiting out their time. They're not really getting hit by Surge for the moment. Except for Quidduo, who are the ones that are in trouble, and now everyone has to move.
Yeah, they'll go through that left side. There's a lot less congestion here, and so you'll see they'll just be able to run in a bit unscathed, saving a bit more materials. They can look back, they know there's a team there, they have to hit those shots so Trexer can't connect. Down below on Surge, so he's gonna have to keep looking.
I like how he moves first, make sure it's kind of free for Quidduo to come in, but that lane kind of broken in terms of the sight line. People kind of watching the back, lets one player slip through, that's Hen, and he does a bunch of damage to Trexter. Gets him to close up the box, Hen just comes in, but he's being chased, the floor is not his. On the downside for Trexter though, because Hen, you don't want to be at his feet, he'll stomp you down.
How on earth does Hen even survive there? Eventually gets taken down, and Paco looks like he'll be following very, very shortly. He's not working with much HP at all, trying to create space so he can get the minis off, and he will do so. With a zone against his back, he has to start crawling in, barely allowing him to stay in here. But he doesn't have any space to work with right now.
What he does have is just time, I guess. 542 damage above Surge. The ODM gear and the katana blades, the kinetic blades, is going to be so nice for him to have that much rotation and so much pressure kind of soaked up from Kara and Bloomy up above.
Guys have to start moving. Even though they faced out, they didn't get the zone pull. Need to keep on moving and establish himself back in zone. They still want to play for heights. You'll see them instantly start to ramp up towards it. We'll see who joins them in that battle later on. A lot of mats committed, but they want that position.
X-Force, Vortexers caught in another blunder again. I think they've lost the most HP out of everyone in this lobby. Still up and alive, one slurp pop for X-Force, so he's looking to just get the most out of this game. He may not play for the heal off, but get towards that top 5.
He has a lot to work with. It's certainly not an impossible task. So many materials, some shields to work with, confidence right now. He's opening up edits, opening boxes, and that kinetic blade will get him right into zone when need be. I've seen him staying on some of these higher layers. Doesn't want to drop down to low where things can get a bit too cramped, a bit too congested. No one the king in this game either. Everyone just kind of playing constricted to survive, to get that placement. Haven't seen a soul on high ground just yet. Only about 4 to 5 layers high. Up in this river, Paco's still moving around. A jungle gym of builds. Can he climb through? And it's towards him, but he can't really conversate with him at all. Up towards the top, no builds. Locked down, and he can find a little bit of an opening. Fan's box, a big shot. Has to go all in here. Not enough damage to really get that big one pump. It's not that favorable. Cracks in once again. A full HP Fnai on the other side of this wall. He'll invite him to make the peek. Has the keg ticking, and Fnai knows exactly what to do, but nope. Gets absolutely out of there. Paco looking a bit too crazy. He can't tank too much damage, and Storm barely making it in there, just at the bottom of your screens. But the team that does finally take height, it's 2 since Boot Trick.
Looking lethal. Red Eye's active with that medium ammo. Looking a little bit scarce. Floki, Clement, kind of in their natural habitat. Chaos. Well, they're good at spacing people out beside them. You give him a little bit of an inch of pixel, Floki turns that to 114 damage with the pump. Axeforce still alive once again. Still looking a bit healthy on mats for the circle. And he's in.
He's playing his mat so well. He'll use that slurp now, and it'll get him back up to a good amount of HP. Can't lose his composure now. He's done such a brilliant job up to this point.
Few mistakes when he finally pops it, Floki and Clement. Miss edits as well as things get so congested. They're all the way down the low ground, so locking in. Just hold that and be the duo that can survive till at least 3rd or 2nd place. Nathan and Jakey, they've been in this situation before too. Lots of pressure. They're able to just relieve that stress.
Can't afford to sit idle. Have to start thinking about making a play. Nathan will pop that slurp. His teammate will look for a fight. Raxi, Elvis, they're on the front side. They're taking fights. They're claiming space, but not connecting with the right amount of shots.
They're running out of breath though. No builds whatsoever. That's why their blades went sky high. And now Raxi comes crashing down towards the floor. Relvis last alive, and nothing for him to do either, as so many duos fall. Artcore and Hedge just able to get so much done inside this lair. Still moving through.
Artcore comeback swiftly moving through the zone. They find the space, but the mats are nowhere to be found. They need to connect to something and fast, and Floki might just give it to them. We might give them a shotgun shot instead. They've taken over. They've claimed that space, and now it's Artcore on the backside.
Gonna be having to use their heal bank though here. Still lots of control on their lair. 4 duos left. Floki backing up a little bit, letting Clement take a bunch of that pressure. Artcore doesn't have the same type of utility to be able to make these plays inside the storm, but he does have a shotgun in hand, and that might be enough. The angle on Toos denied for a split second. Finally falling, no builds, and Toos sees him. Knows exactly what to do. Huge shot from Artcore, and that's builds, but not enough time. Floki still 8 splashes, finds a bit more. Clement climbs towards the top. He's looking for his own fight, challenging Kuchik towards the sky. If you want to heal, I'll end the game. Clement's going to the finals.
Another FNCS final appearance for Clement, and he really grabbed it. He snatched it. didn't want to wait for any sort of heat up to happen. He said, nah, I'm coming up to fight, and fight he did. What a shot at the end there.
Insurance plan, don't need it. I'll buy the whole product myself. That's just huge. I mean, Floki, Clement, they haven't really done it that way, Levin. It's always been clear, concise, under control, low ground, calmness. But this man climbs 3 times, 2 times towards the sky, and then just drops down on Futric. I mean, he has no mats. He gives them all to Toos. There's no chance. Genius. Floki there too for the insurance. It's such a good game.
In a season where we have not seen many double-digit win games, these guys put on a show. Clement went crazy there, and that's a play you only make when you're feeling the adrenaline through your veins.
Absolutely. That's just like the pinnacle of a Surge Week VR, going against the grain, against the meta as well.
Look, what a game that was. Let's send it back to the analysts to break it all down.
What a game that was indeed. 10 eliminations. Massive, not to mention the Katana play at the end to get to the high ground, finish it in style, make it theirs. Mini, that was an unbelievable. We were just jumping out of our seats here in the studio there.
We absolutely were. What an end game. What an end to that as well. I mean, we talk about Floki not necessarily having the best time, and even the French players in general not having the best time in Geos, but they popped off.
And not only that, but even though Clement, you know, he's obviously got the spotlight demanded with the kinetic blade play at the end, but Floki still with the emergency clause just in case, he had ample heals, I think, by that endpoint. And even if it hadn't been for Clement just getting the damage off alone would have been more than enough to buy Floki some time to just try and heal on the low ground.
Yeah, they did such a good job just dominating these mid to low ground layers. It almost feels like they were in the trios format a few chapters ago, and it almost felt like that as well when Artur actually took out one of Patrick's teammate, of course, Toos. He took him out, and it was like he actually gave him a helping hand right there. You know, he was like, you know, I'll take them out for you, and then it was just a 1v1 up on high ground. What a play it was.
What a game 2 was excellent. Had everything, really. We saw so many teams as well who managed to get so many eliminations. We'll talk about those shortly. We can see here some of the stats on the screen. Lots of great points coming from Clement and Floki. Obviously, all those eliminations, though, now they're automatically through a victory royale, are taken kind of away from the leaderboard, which I guess does ruffle things up in the, in the rest of the kind of the pack, because that means that other teams can rise to the top tackle. It really changes things up.
Yeah, I mean, especially for those teams that are just outside of that top 5 threshold right now. You're sitting there looking to try and break into the top 10, but you have to keep in mind, if you have teams that are just qualifying to victory royales, especially ones that are already in that top 5 position, your name might just get the push-up it needs in order to actually qualify yourself. So consistency definitely still playing a factor here, but definitely a lot of importance still on those victory royales.
You still have to play well, though. You know, you can't rely on everyone else playing well for you to get pushed up. You can't have that. You have to play well, and that's what these teams hopefully will continue to do. Of course, game 3 next. I'm excited.
Yeah, you can't bank on the boost, can you? Here is Clement. What an unbelievable performance in this. We've seen that on screen here. Lots to kind of get excited about here. What really jumps out for you, Taco?
I mean, it's just the fact that we haven't really necessarily seen Clement and Floki kind of jumping into that grand finals win position, but then again, you know, you have to keep in mind that they definitely have a storied history. Clement in particular, I mean, dating all the way back to Chapter 2, Season 4, you can see that he's been relevant for a reason.
Yeah, you can. I mean, even throughout this season, it hasn't quite been the best for them. We can see on that graphic right there, they've been going out in round 1, week 1, round 1, week 2. Things are getting a little bit difficult. And then week 3, of course, they managed to make it into the finals. So for them to make it into grand finals now, it's a really great testament to their performance. Yeah,
a massive going into the next weekend as well. It really kind of, elevates a duo as well, given that opportunity to do so. Other teams we must talk about as well here. You can see on the screen the standings as it is. Axe Force and Vortex is currently top of the leaderboard there. I saw when there was 50 players left in the lobby, already had, I think, 6 eliminations. So already off the, aggressive off the start, managing to do a lot of good things. And it really puts them in great stead now. 122 points, looking real good, Himini.
Yeah, they're looking really strong. And I mean, at the beginning of the show, we were talking about their high ground potential, their ability to take high ground. And I was saying they're confident, they're going into that high ground. But today, they thought, you know what, let's play consistently. I think they are trying to go for that consistent play style. And that's what they're doing in those mid-ground layers. They're not trying to do anything crazy. They're not trying to take too many risks. And I like that for this duo.
But even with their consistent play style, you're still, I think, a strong opportunity for this duo to potentially surprise and kind of just sneak away with that first place finish on a lobby, because you have to keep in mind, as far as the top 10 is concerned, they've already got 11 eliminations combined between these first 2 matches, and that's kind of a clear indicator that they are still looking to challenge, I think, other teams. And when it comes down to it, I think that Axe Force and Vortex Vortexers, if they could just continue farming those eliminations, they'll definitely stay in the top 5.
Crucial. I mean, elimination is now worth 4 points at this current stage, because previously it was 2. So this is a huge benefit to the teams that are being a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more fraggy, because they can get extra reward for it.
Yeah, indeed. Let's take a look at another team as well here. There's lots obviously to break down here. Putrick, let's take a look at that duo. I mean, again, you wanna see the best of our teams in this particular environment when it comes to surgery, and experience pays dividends. And meaning it's happening again here. We're seeing some really great stuff. Great Fortnite being played by this duo.
Yeah, we really are. And this was a team that did try and take high ground and dominate it throughout, which is what they did throughout most of that end game. They were on top. They were looking down the rest of the lobby. And at that point, you got to think, yeah, this is easy. They'll chill. They'll enjoy themselves. They'll be fine. But of course, Clement had other ideas.
Yeah, Putrick seemed not necessarily completely caught off guard, but it was more so just the fact that he kind of understood he didn't necessarily have the heals to outright win a direct heal on. You could see here only really being able to capitalize off of those minis, and that's just not going to buy you enough time. So he knew the challenge was a necessary one, just a bit unfortunate from the direction that Clement chose to approach.
Indeed. We actually saw, inventory item-wise, we saw a flare gun being used there. I think one point of the game is all interesting. And when it comes to your kind of inventory slots, how good is it to have a flare gun to mark the players around you, particularly around endgame?
Well, that's the point. You don't actually have to have it in an inventory slot for the whole game. You can keep it stowed away in your reality augments, so you don't have to carry it around to the end game. Of course, as you do activate it, you do have to then take up an inventory slot, so a lot of teams will use that around that sort of 6th, 7th zone just to try and scout out or rotate. And we saw that a lot during that game. A lot of teams using that, shooting it up in the air, getting a little view of what's around and what obstacles they might have to overcome. But it's a really good item, and I'm liking the use of it.
It makes it a lot easier for those more aggressive rotations as well. Or if you want to try and play towards the dead side and run along the edge of zone, makes it a little bit easier to not necessarily have to expend a lot of your builds and heals, because we've been seeing time and time again, teams are definitely running low on materials especially.
Yeah, mats are really integral to this. Of course, our building boxes, and of course, points are starting to stack up as well, and that is also absolutely pivotal. What is going to happen come game number 3? We're going to find out. It's over to Shio, 11-2K to bring us all the action. Let's go, boys.
Halfway point, and so far it's been absolutely electric inside EU Surge Week. Game number 3 coming up, and I still don't know what to expect, because that was just pure domination.
Yeah, the one thing I like about how these games have gone so far is I think we're starting to see some of the teams many would expect to be able to make it through to finals in and around that top 5 mark. Can they hold on in these last couple games?
Yeah, it's been the same names that have been towards that top 5 over and over again in the games as well, just doing really well towards the end game, and Axeforce Vortexers being a number 1, no surprise right now.
Yeah, I think this is a team that many people expect to win a game at some point. If they can just do it through on consistency, there will be no complaints on their behalf. If anything, it'd be a better sign of their chances going into grand finals next week.
Yeah, now no one's safe. If you're healing up top and kinetic blades are in play, Clement's shown us was a very unique way to win the game as well. Surge Week on all aspects, amazing. So let's dive into the next one and see exactly what we have cooking. Another chance for someone to make it to grand finals.
Yes, but who will it be? The pace of these games have sort of been very all over the place at times, right? We start the game off relatively fast at a couple of different POIs where there's these off-spawn battles. Things start to slow down as we head into 5th, 6th zone. The pace really picks up. You're seeing all the teams struggling for Surge, having to make up for it. But the teams that are doing well, the ones that are able to get their Surge early, that's always going to be the key, right? Dealing with that early gives you a bit of freedom to move around to better spots on the map come 4th zone. What do we have here? An off-spawn battle for Bevies and Pablo Wingu. And one where they outdrop, but will they actually win things outright?
Took them 15 seconds last game to just get it absolutely over with. Pablo Wingo with a movement up inside these aisles. Is Salvi really getting all the food? Okay, that was what, 23 seconds? So not as fast as that second game, but even with that much damage and Pablo in the middle, food aisles, they're able to make it work. Look at this POV. Stared down, he's still active with this low HP. It's just the positioning, the timing. Pablo is able to do so much damage to both.
My word, the way Bevy swooped in there to save Pablo from the guy on the left with the combat was quite heroic, quite majestic. I hope somebody would do something for me in the same manner, right? It came down to it off spawn.
Cosmo not going to be able to have that type of saving manner that you're expecting. He's not the same in that first or second game. Pixel and Seahorse. And he's sticking the res. Okay. Interesting decision. But it's Cosmo who well-deservingly Let's have a little emote and a fight win. Him and Jay get to see another game, and they're one of the duos that we were talking about that was looking really good so far on the day in terms of being consistently in these end games, being towards that top 5. Get to thrive again.
Yeah, they're doing well. I don't know if I would have stuck the res there, but it was certainly a decision. Not one that paid off, unfortunately for them. They have to go through and try again next game. Drew and Raisin, though, in the midst of a fight, and one that they'll be very familiar with. These two teams have fought a bunch in these past 2 games.
I'm liking how their fights are getting just a little bit more, yeah, absolutely solidified. There's a lot of what if between these two duos. Do you want to rotate? Are we just getting tags here? What's going on? But yeah, locked down to a house now, not just rotating, not making a big base. It's gonna go down to a one-on-one, but the story for these two duos, at least they're being able to develop their relationship.
The question will be, will both teams come out on top of this situation fine? Of course, Vicky actually has the opportunity to revive. I don't know. Not gonna do anything to really stop it. I doubt it, yeah. Should be able to pick him up. Drew, on the other hand, has to actually reboot him.
Yeah, with no mats and stuff to keep it going somehow. Drew's seen the heat-seeking eye of someone that looks to be 300 meters away. All good. Stay inside where it's safe. Heal up. Be able to just get rising up via reboot soon. Twisted Butrick, who in a different reality have their legs kicked up, water bottles in hand, vacation moded after winning the previous game, had it basically stolen. Have to go for another one. But they played it so well last time. Let's see exactly how the game started for Hen and Paco. Looking a lot better. Plastic Hen up in the business. I hope this goes well. Absolutely it does. Able to roam free on Mikey as well. More shots landed. Hen able to just pick up both. Huge for the team.
Yeah, I think no matter where Hen stands in the eyes of his competitors and in the eyes of fans at home, one thing's for certain, he's always going to be a strong fighter. This guy is an absolute beast to deal with. Showcasing that there were some of those shotgun shots. Of course, the first one was a bit easy. The second one was a decent shot. Primo and Fakey, though, still having their fair share of problems here as Fakey's gone down.
Need to find a game plan for what's going on in Surge. Right now, it's just, you know, struggles making it past the first fight. But once it is finished, what do you do next? Because from this position, from just having the single house, I mean, it might be a whole split. If you're getting stopped every single time, there's no way this is viable. It might just be better to completely contest a spot. We were talking about it on break. If there's someone just winning, maybe just go to that POI. Because, yeah, the free market is not looking too good. Meanwhile, Axe Force Vortexers, keep doing what you're doing. Because 3 more games, if you play how you are on average every game, you are going to the FNCS finals.
I love how locked in Vortexers look every time we tune into them. I think a lot of people questioned how good they'd be out of their spot, and I think generally they have had their fair share of struggles. Breakwater Bay is not as powerful as an area as it was last season. Of course, you ain't got the hammers like you once did. But in this lobby, that's no problem. Of course, this isn't the same level of what we'll see in the grand finals. Could argue far from it. They are holding their own here. Pachawa and Kefi didn't quite have an amazing game too, but maybe a chance for redemption. Looking to get some tags over towards these Shattered Staff teams. So going to start to make their rotation in, and they'll be able to just sort of milk these teams for the rest of that rotation as they run in. All these guys are just going to constantly be behind them.
I want that game 1 for Chawa. I want that Mega City flying in the skies for Chawa. We'll see if it's a thing. Crazy Perceived, picking up the pace as well. Usually silent. A bit too stoic. Now it's getting diabolical in their rotations. They're shooting at anything that moves immediately. Some of the switches people will have to make because they realize Surge plans might not be going to what they mapped out. Fast rotations too. A lot of the times people, from the left at least, of Anvil Square take their time coming in the circle. They're really getting there as soon as possible now, switching it up instead of going for tags as you rotate, maybe making a base as soon as possible in circle, and then looking back to shoot.
And I think we've obviously seen how Chris and Perceived like to play Surge, right? When they're looking to sneak around, take tags at players. As you head further and further towards the middle of the map, it gets harder to do that. You have to almost look for priority positions where you can base up, get tags.
They're definitely cutting the time they spend on each duo. Gibbous and Smecky usually looking for box fights. It'll be up against JJ2 for now. Gibbous still chasing. Looking to lock this one in. This is a fight that'll go the absolute distance. Because we're almost central circle now. JJ still being chased. Gibbous is in so deep into these builds down below. It's not just these two, though, that are sharing Slappy. Newzone will come in, say that this fight is going to keep going unless one duo leaves. Mishmeki might elect to do that now.
See Gabix following Shmeki very tightly there as well with the katana, literally tracking him with his crosser to make sure he's right behind Vico and Kylie. I'm sure they would have hoped that fight could continue, so they keep taking shots over towards it. Might force them to get a bit more creative in their approach to Surge and where they find their damage. See here, just patiently waiting. Vico based up here. We've seen this game after game today. Not as fruitful so far this game. The reboot though will provide an opportunity for shots to be hit, but actually a bit of a bait. Vico getting tagged down as he peeks to take the shot at the rebooter. So really nicely done from whoever it was that was taking shots and knew that he was going to over-peak just to try to get free shots. Finasian Moneymaker though, strolling through now. They're a team that's been doing very well today. And they are rapidly moving in towards Slappy for this fight.
They were a team that was waiting for people to move out of POIs to be able to get their damage active. But yeah, some of the changes that teams have to make because of Surge, they are now moving first. They're going to pass on any opportunity, and have been one of those teams that are looking really good, especially the later these games go. Becky Davis finally choosing to possibly just completely leave the POI. A mix of ODM and kinetic blades from this duo as we move away from Steamy Springs. Looks like everyone's just kind of getting their bearings on the map. Ju going down, the ball on the feet. Everyone's just trying to get any scrap of any fighter box they can. This game 3 seems to be a bit more desperate than the ones we've seen before. How Freemuck and Bakey are even getting mats at this point is a complete question to me, because it seems like they're running into every single duel in the middle of this map like they're a bumper car that's kind of gone off the rails.
Yeah, this is such an awkward spot to be in, just because you sort of have a bunch of different teams in front of you, ahead of you, behind you. So you really have to find the right timers when you start to want to move in the zone. Probably you'd guess is going to keep pulling towards the east, so not easy to be done whatsoever. On the other hand, though, we do have Takata here with us to fill us in on Kefi and Pachara and what they've been up to.
Thanks, Levin. Taking a look at this duo, they have a very consistent Surge strategy. So what Kefi and Pachara do is they rotate towards shattered slabs where the vault is, and the reason they do this is because when the duo that has already opened the vault and originally gotten the loot from shattered slabs leaves, there's always a lot of duos that go and get the leftovers by that vault. So Pachara and Kefi capitalize on this and secure those extra tags.
That's nice. Have that damage. Slab those slabs. That's what we like to see.
Rickball and Predage in trouble. Rickball ran out of mats there. Nah, at that point, there's not really much you can do, right? In a fight like this, in a lobby like this, run out of materials, it's practically done. Yeah, couldn't even build to block himself. You know, shot tripping down there. And firing Clown and Grolls. sitting, chilling in Mega City. And the good thing about where they're positioned is that that whole southeast side of the map, they have control over. They can see everything that they need to there. There isn't really anybody there. And so if Zone does pull that way, they'll have access to it for free. But they also do have line of sight on some other teams in this Mega City area that they can deal damage to, take fights with, and maybe looking to take a fight right now with that team beneath them. Depending on what they make a play for them, Clown and Grows just grouping together as they are aware Shrek and Happy are right there.
Dexy, Hedra. Gonna be one of the only duels you see that's kind of still outside the circle on the map. What is their game plan for now? As everyone's kind of turned like gargoyles on a building, looking at them outside in. There's nowhere they can really move for free. Having bushes, but there's no one to see. Hedra and Dexy, it's tough in this position.
Yeah, the teams that are holding them in, I'm not sure who it is, we can't see, right? But this is such a tough choke point to try to force your way through. They're going to have to expend practically all their materials to actually be able to get into zone. Queen. Jinx. You owe me a beverage.
Beverage?
Yeah, some sort of beverage. Something. A slurp juice. You owe me a slurp
Okay.
juice.
That's actually high tier beverage. A mini? I can do a mini.
Nah.
2 minis?
Some chug splashes and you got a deal.
Alright, 3 chug splashes.
Not enough.
Some is apparently different in the UK than it is in Canada.
Desi and Coin uncontested Rift Island, by the way.
Yeah.
Nobody even in sight really to even fight or challenge them for it.
Really hoping that they do well off of the blessing they've got, both the island and the drop. Definitely for Chawa, I mean, we kind of saw how they were getting duos absolutely damaged down from afar.
This is the problem with their approach to Surge in the game, right? Of course, yes, there were plenty of Surge opportunities at the Shattered Slab, but the timing meant that they just had to white line to zone, and you white line on this kind of zone where it pulls far east from Shattered Slabs, you're always going to find yourself in this kind of congestion. There's going to be so many different teams around desperate to take fights with you. Fremont could be a free opportunity for them to sort of get a cheeky little refresh, but because it's Fremont, you'll make them work for it. You've really been on one so far today. Game 1 was so impressive. They're winning the fight. But it's not the easiest of games for them to play from this position.
Heavy's fast with it though. Predictive in the fighting, knows exactly what his opponent's going to do. Susan Putrick, all they have to do is just replicate what happened in game number 2. We are halfway through 3 up in EU. NA is happening tomorrow. You can tune in for that as well. Central is some of the best teams. Robab and Walks in Europe right now need to figure out exactly what's been going wrong in a few of these games. They've had the damage, they've been inside every box fight, but it just can't quite survive towards the end.
We can see here, right? Absolutely good on Surge. They choose to go towards central 5th zone, trying to anticipate and put themselves in the best spot to move towards 6th zone once it pops. And so hopefully, right, a good decision like that can sort of lead to another series of good events for them, right? That sort of domino effect we will talk about. That is certainly a good spot to be in come time for 6th zone. Arto and Combat finally making their way in all the way from the north. And actually just going to sort of base up here, 760 above the Surge threshold. Surge is certainly not their biggest worry right now. I think they are worried about if they continue to move deeper, all the different teams here who are hungry for Surge going to have eyes on them. You see them taking shots there as well. And they actually pull zone. Very, very fortunate to do so. That's going to make their lives 10 times easier now.
Yeah, they didn't have like huge mountains to get over as well. Match saved, and that's one of the most important things towards the end of the game. Walks Robab. Looking so good, position fine. You have so much Surge. What is the point of the fight?
Very, very unfortunate, you could argue, because they were in zone. Where 6th zone is right now, they were there. They decided to go more towards the center. 6th zone pulls back to where they were, and now they get caught up in all these fights, and eventually taking out the game completely. And it's Clown and Grows who are the Mega City bosses right now in this game. I wonder who the real Mega City bosses are, the ones with the mythic shotguns, but for now, these guys are the ones getting their limbs onto Watts and Roban.
Clown and Grows are just so good at forcing fights. And in this type of format too, when you have like 700 Surge, even being Robabs and Walk, some of the most aggressive fighters, right? It's tough when you want to just stay safe. You end up playing so defensively, never going for any type of clapback option, any type of edit play as people are approaching your box. It's tough to be in that pressure seat.
I like this rotation from them, right? Using that mountain, staying as tight to it as possible. Nobody on the right side really going to see them. The teams on the left side, they found a good timing to move as a lot of those other teams are starting to move in as well. Finally getting caught here, but just as they get into zone, so not too big of a deal.
Elvis caught up though, so it'll cost him a little bit of healing. The next move will have to be the question for that team. Kylie and Vico interrupted once again. And their inventories aren't looking too stocked up at this moment. Some splashes, maybe some slurps already used from Kylie. Got to see what Vico's rocking as well. User all by himself as Rayad's down.
Yes, it's a tough spot to be in, but he does have a free path to the zone. Kinetic blades as well. And so you've got to think you could potentially make something out of this game. Max materials, we've definitely seen players do it.
Vortexers and Axe Force are going to be the hardest rotation they've had so far, but with Coop and Cade still in fights with CZB and Nipsey, they'll be able to have that free move. I don't see anything that can really get Axe Force's HP up, but they pop out the chunk splashes right as I say that. Have the blaze, they gotta go.
No, they have free access to dead side. Nobody in this racetrack area. They can just keep going left. Sure, they'll take a couple tags, but very much worth the rotation. There is a team following them right above them, though. That's going to cause an issue.
Yeah, he can't afford to take the tags.
No.
60 HP total. They only really had 2 splashes to use. Maybe wanted to save some for the storm. But as a result, Vortex is a solo.
Nipsey and CZB had the exact same idea as them, but Axe Force gets caught out as a result of it. You see, Vortexes is fine, and this is ideally what they both would have wanted to do together, making that kind of rotation. But Axe Force caught out, and it leaves Vortex in another game where one of the best players in this duo has to play as a solo, Hen playing as a solo, and again, running into zone. How many times do you see this?
It's so funny, we see everyone having these nice dead side rotations or using everyone else with no regard for anything. Everyone just spaced up though, or is thinking about it, so his absolute decisiveness might be the reason why this rotation works so well.
Yeah, and looking back, he knows those teams still need to rotate with their kinetic blade, and it's so hard to hit players in that state. You have to try to get them, more so when they're gliding through the sky than when they initially start that kinetic blade action. Somebody, though, crushed beneath his feet. Maybe an opportunity for him to steal this away from some of the other teams. They're spamming and spraying. What a tough spot that would be. Trying to get into zone there with everybody looking at you.
Oh, no. Marco leader, unfortunately, getting bought back from their position as well. Clown and Grolls, so many fights forced, but still below Surge. Slurped up now. Their loadout's so good. And yeah, they are the absolute mythic bosses as well of Mega City. Grolls still hitting so much, but everyone else has been so topped up on damage, not from fights, but just from tags. Them looking for these full box fights might have been their demise all along, even though they've won so many of them.
They need to keep on hunting. You can't give up yet. 20 above will give them a bit of room to be able to start making a rotation into zone, but where they land is so key because they have to keep on getting more. Moving over towards the left and still building up for height. He wants to just ping at people flying and gliding through the sky. That's his goal. The problem is he's not connected with any shots like that so far, and the chance of him doing so now seem near impossible. Again, another player slips by, another one slipping by. He can't hit anything. The best option for them may be to just land and try and take a box fight somewhere. Because taking shots at players gliding through is just too difficult.
Such a cramped up place to box too. I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a safe option. They do have Mass to be able to work with, but have blocked off 180 degrees of vision of where they could possibly be going for lots of beams on long range. Have kind of just forced themselves to be in conversation with 3 duos beside them, box to box. And that is where they perform. Eye drop getting absolutely bodied. That splash that actually ends up picking it up. Not enough damage even for Grolls and Clownski. Down to just 2 more strikes from Lightning. Clownski needs something here. Him and Grolls, it's over.
The shot from them's onto iDrop was just a little too late. Their attempt for getting Surge just wasn't successful, and it's not going to be successful for anybody else in the lobby either. You've got to start getting creative, sort of start thinking about different ways to get your damage, especially this deep into the game here in the ninth zone. Splashy has a move to make, and going to use that kinetic blade to make it.
Need to be absolutely decisive here. Every single duo that's successful right now is making a move as soon as the next zone ends up popping in. If you're a solo, you have that much more pressure on you. Listen, Butrick, we saw them for the 9th and 10th zone. Just keep it close and personal to the chest. Look at the damage coming in. Butrick, though, overstepping into the box, and it's all up to Toos now.
This is the problem. At this stage in the game, first move in zone, players going for refreshes like this. You end up getting caught in an endless cycle of just teams walking into boxes like that. And so now, an endgame as a solo for Toos. Bevies in a similar predicament.
All they can do is really just go all the way ahead. Let the slurps do the talking. Be minimal on the builds. Vico, Kylie, side by side. Don't look to be an absolute detriment for the moment. But still, Shambles on the mats. Really need to find something.
You can see he's farming this tree. Every little helps him right now in the same game. Picks up some Cypher mats as well. Repsy and Chexy building up high above everybody else, making sure nobody can reach your kinetic blades. That's the hope, and that's the goal at least. And they can continue to make their move. The zone pulls, nobody really chopping them out. They'll just keep building.
Down the wood is what I see from Chexy, though. Hardy looking to see what he can do next. Tropex on the backside, and they are going to be in the same box. Toos still surviving. Bevies might be in that same position. It's Debule who's above his box.
Toos patiently waiting for something to line of sight, walk into his crosshairs, and it's not gonna come. Gonna go deep into zone now. Maybe look to try heal off from early.
The winner of this game going straight towards the finals, and it might be Vico who forces out this shot, but it's not enough to stay inside the game. Bevies and Pablo side by side once more. They might have what it takes to just go through this absolute hurricane of builds and damage all around them. Bevies on the backside still just holding down the integrity of these builds. Pablo says it's time to move on, though. Find a new home. Still a little bit higher in layers. Mapassi and Chexy, though, still towards the top, uninterrupted.
Nobody looking at them whatsoever. A nice rotation earlier there as well. Shmeki and Gabix still moving through these zones, and they still have so many more materials than a lot of their competitors. They can continue to just tarp. Finally, though, somebody chopping height.
Gotta be vigilant for Shmeki, though. They have so many options, but if you're gonna be lackadaisical, you might get bopped. Big shot as he moves. Pablo, though, his poke can do the talking too. As Steno ends up going down. Him and Bevies, an absolute powerhouse to be able to mess with, and they have control of low.
We thought it was Bevies as a solo, but both of these guys still in this game. Perceive, he's looking to make magic happen, but it's not going to be magic this time. Has to play it the next one. Pablo, Wingu, and Bevies are on a roll.
They're a magnet of destruction here on the grass, on low ground. Anyone touches the earth, they get raised. Gabix too, a complete chop off of heights. Fall damage might just be enough. It's Splash that ends up going down towards the zone. Still, another solo straggling somewhere. Chexy, who gets swatted like a fly, a chop down deep inside the zone, unable for the reconnect. It's a kinetic blade that gets flown towards the sky. Gabix down, Pablo, Wingu, and Bevies trying to sign their way over to the grand finals. It's 2 shots straight towards the box. Shmeki goes down, and they look at glory.
And we talked about a chance for redemption for this duo. On top of the world last major, and haven't quite reached those heights in Major 2, but finally securing a ticket back into the grand finals, and a second shot for this team to show that they are and can be a top EU team.
A top EU team that's so aggressive. They did it in their Spin Storm style. One box that has access to every single angle possible of every single team, including the last one that gets chopped down. Shmeki in the box. These guys are basically telekinetic with each other, know exactly what they're thinking. Telepathic, excuse me, but they're going to find their way straight towards the finals. Bentley's and Pablo Wingu, what a game.
After how last season went for them, it's even mad to think that they're here playing in Surge Week. But nevertheless, they are now going to be playing in the Grand Finals, and a really big shot for them. Of course, the spots are starting to run out, but these guys finally securing one.
Yeah, they not only chopped high ground that game, but also chopped up boost consistent towards the end. So to see what the updates are on that, we got Adam and the boys to see what's up.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, we do have ourselves a top-of-the-world duo right now, but courtesy of being down close to the ground, low ground reign supreme on that one. Mini, unbelievable. I mean, a team we kind of expected could go the distance. They've done exactly that and did it with aplomb. From down low, superb to watch.
We always knew they had it in their locker. They're one of those sort of teams that can pop off at the biggest moments, and they did on those mid-ground layers, doing such a good job. And I think throughout this end game, they were shambles. They had no mats in almost every single time we hopped on board with them, but they had the answers to those questions every time.
And it seemed as though a really crucial refresh just came at the proper time, because this duo was stacked by the time it came down to the ending moments. Because Pablo Wingu, what I loved about it, he didn't even have mythic munitions, but just getting so much utility out of this tactical pistol, just chopping down the builds, refusing to let any duo try to actually take advantage of being on high ground, kind of understanding, hey, if we're running low on builds, we're probably not the only ones.
I actually love that there as well. Gabix just dropped inside of the box, and they were like, you know what, let's just get him in there, take him out. It's a 1v2 situation, easy touch.
Yeah, indeed. 12 eliminations, though. I mean, we're seeing, like, you know, this team have managed to do superbly well to continuously put points on the board today, but now they're all stripped away because they automatically progress, which is, you know, incredible to see. And I'm sure the rest of the leaderboard are very excited that they're not there anymore. Gives them an opportunity to do that. Let's take a look here as well at some stats from Pablo Wingu. Again, you know, a player we've known so well and has done so many things in the Fortnite space, and again, continuing to deliver on that promise he always makes us.
Yeah, especially when you consider that for week 3, it seems as though this duo just kind of might have struggled with the initial style of the competitive meta the first 2 weeks, but the development of being able to actually tackle more of that aggressive play style has really just molded them into this kind of hyper-fixated sensation at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen them not had the best season, particularly at the beginning, of course, not quite making finals in week 1 and week 2, sorry. They made it in week 3. Solid performance. Hopefully they can continue that momentum into Grands.
Yeah, well, they can certainly really turn things around now they're in Grand Finals. This is how the leaderboard now looks after Pablo Wingu goes through with bevies. We can see here that right now, Future, we talked about these guys just after the last game number 2 here. Now top of the leaderboard, 150 points, 10 points in the lead, 30 points between them, and 6th position wouldn't qualify right now. You know, 2 games left to play. 30 points is easily gettable if a team pops off in game number 4.
I mean, speaking of pop-off, Gabix, Shmeki, what a performance for those guys. Moving up 23 places on the leaderboard, now making their way into the top 4. They're just shoving everyone else out of the way, and you know what? We're getting in here. We're enjoying ourselves, and they enjoy themselves in this endgame second.
Yeah, it seemed as though, in particular, they really just didn't question where their next move was. It just seemed as though they had so much confidence, and a big part of that also credited towards the kinetic blades, because it was quite difficult to actually deal with trying to take them off of that high ground initially, because it just bails you out so easily, because the moment your build gets chopped, well, you're still up in the air, you're still not having to deal with fall damage of any kind, and I just really appreciate the fact that they understood that, hey, if we have the loadouts to our advantage, we might as well utilize it.
Was that 2 games in a row they're on height now? They haven't quite found the formula for winning on high ground. They're second place yet again, but of course they can do it on consistency. That is what matters as well. So if they can continue it in game 4 and 5, they should be okay.
Yeah, I think consistency as well, regardless of points, is getting into that in-game in the first place. These other teams are really falling at the wayside. They cannot make it in there in the first place. If you can't give yourself an opportunity to qualify, then it's wraps for you. But I think coming into this next kind of game number 4 here, Taka, what are teams preparing now with the penultimate game? What is the strat going into this last kind of couple of games?
Well, I'd actually say these last 2 matches might actually be the most problematic, even for some of our teams that are looking to play off consistency, because you have to think about the teams that aren't in that conversation, teams that are just so far down in points where Victor Royale is basically, you know, everything for them. So we can maybe expect to see those teams looking to play a lot more aggressively, trying to establish that first place position. And as a result, teams that are trying to play more passive, teams that are trying not to take the engagements, they might just be bamboozled.
I mean, you hit the nail on the head. It's all about looking at yourself in the mirror right now as a team, thinking, are we capable of qualifying through consistency? Can it happen? If not, it's all about the win.
Yeah, keep all those fingers crossed. Hopefully it happens here. Of course, there's loads of you guys watching from around the world right now, and we've got viewing parties, all the like as well. One person we know loves to get the community involved as well is a guest who we're chatting to right now. It's Suha here on the show right now. Suha, it's great to have you here. El Professor, I should say as well. Tell us about the story behind El Professor. What is the nickname? How did it happen in the first place?
I mean, it's the professor, so it's basically because I'm doing content like as a professor with my viewers, and I'm trying to teach Fortnite to everyone since like 5 years ago.
Awesome. Wow.
Well, as somebody who's essentially teaching, the masses and trying to undertake everybody else's, your own students, what do you think is one of the most important lessons based off the competitive gameplay that we've kind of been watching that you would kind of advise to everyone else that's kind of joining you for your viewing party as well?
Yo, I'm basically always recommending the mental, it's you can have like God's mechanics, you can have like a really good game plan, but if your mental is bad, you are not gonna be a pro player.
Now, you've been watching, of course, a lot of the weeks of FNCS. You've been watching today, of course, as well. What do you make of it?
Yes.
What are you liking about this season so far?
I love FNCS. I mean, when it comes to the FNCS, you feel it, You feel FNCS on the air. And I love everything about it. The nerves, the people around it, and of course the Spanish ones. I always rooting the Spanish ones. Naco, Pacebe, crazy right now in the hits. And it's really good. It's really good.
Well, Suha, it's been great having you here with us on the show. Where can we find you online?
You can find me on Twitch as Suha GG on everywhere. TikTok, YouTube, whatever you want.
Love to see it. Gracias, El Profesor.
Gracias.
There you go. Hey, my Spanish is coming along.
Muy bien.
Thank you.
I don't know what that means.
I don't actually speak Spanish,
no,
but
neither do
thanks.
I.
I think
I looked it up. Yeah.
That was, great to chat to kind of Suha there as well, the professor. We've got ourselves so much to look forward to. We've got 2 games left here, though. Taco, I mean, this one is all about now. You need to get those points on the board.
I just want to see who wins the next one.
If you're in it, win now. Get it done.
Get it done. High ground or low ground, it's all about accumulating those points as we go into our penultimate game. It's back to Shio, and Levin has hopped on into game number 4.
Spaces in the grand finals are slowly but surely running out. Who will come out on top in these last couple games? Who will be the top 5 most consistent teams? Beatable somewhat set in stone right now, but there are still plenty of opportunities for change.
I mean, the depressing fact is that there's so many people that deserve it. Not all of them are going to make it through. And that makes it interesting as well, though, because some of these teams are performing at high gear. Let's dive right back in with them in game number 4. 2 more chances for the VR and 5 more spots for consistency overall. It's still anyone's game.
It's an interesting word you use there, right? Deserve. Who deserves it? Teams that feel they deserve it. They feel they played well enough. They feel like they did just enough. Ultimately, the teams that deserve it are the ones that really take the lobby by the scruff of its neck. The teams that actually go out there, get the points. In this case, get the Victory Royales as well, right? There are still 2 spots available for Victory Royale winners. For Dante Pruzo and his X, they have to worry about this fight off Spawn before they can think about winning any sort of game here in this Surge week, and a big shot that Dande's going to have to take. One that he wasn't quite ready for, but the SMG in hand is going to do amazing things, Shio.
What a turnaround. Looked like Dante and his duo, it was absolutely wrapped up, especially after that shot. Straight to the builds with the pump, but not going to be the case because having that upper position, having that opportunity to be able to beam with your teammate is huge. You're talking about duos that take the lobby by the gruff of their neck. Planet rolls, really bringing the damage to every single duo they see. Any opportunity for a fight, there they are.
Well, we have a coaching update.
Oh.
Queasy was coaching Juriki in game 1 when they won.
They won and went straight to the finals.
Straight to the finals. He is now coaching Clown and Growl, so we'll see how well they do.
Absolutely amazing for this duo. I mean, that's good news because Queasy made it look easy in that first game. Jerky not even seen and then wins the game.
I think I'll give Juriki most of the credit on that one. I don't think we can give Queasy too much credit. Let's see if the coaching does pay off. If it can allow them to secure a slot in the grand finals. They're already doing pretty decently at times, and then things just seem to fall away in the back end of the game. When the real points start to accumulate is when they're struggling to get things done.
And they've won basically almost every single fight, and they've started a lot of them too. Very decisive. At the same time, just behind Surge, so it's a really paradoxical mystery as to why they don't have enough damage. And Impact as well, getting close, but once again, this is a duos FNCS. The issue I'm seeing with this team is that there's just one player surviving. Looking really good, but always just one player towards those final 3 zones.
Yeah, they've not quite been able to secure both of them going deep in. And of course, again, it's a newer duo, right? That's always going to be the problem. You question whether or not they'll have the synergy. It's not quite been able to work out so far. Again, how disappointing it would be to not see them there. Of course, Hen, former FNCS champion. When it comes to the other former FNCS champion in this lobby, 2C sitting way above on the lobby, right? First place. That's where you expect these kind of guys to be when they're playing in Surge Week.
Almost had that win too, but stolen from him. Hubin and Floki. Really good aggressive play. 4th game too, so you have to question, you know, are there people who are playing consistent, who had a game plan, who have to switch it all up completely to try to play for this win? Might be people in like 40th place right now in the lobby that don't have a chance at all. Might have to switch up their drop spots, make things look very different. For a lot of people, surprisingly, in the lobby. Fremont, Fakey might be in that situation, but looking at where they are on the map, it's still business as usual in terms of where they're dropping. They'll have to buckle down for a win. Do something differently. It's not even Surge. It's not even like the teams they're fighting. It's just their overall approach right now is not really getting them past maybe even the 3rd zone of this game.
Hutty and Tropex doing incredibly well so far today. A team that I don't think I had on my radar. Let me know if you had them on your radar. If you did, props to you. You clearly saw the vision. They've been making things work here at Kenjutsu, and we've seen teams do very, very well from Kenjutsu Crossing this season. Cough, cough. But these guys showing that this POI is one of the strongest in the game right now, and they're delivering in their performance.
On the opposite side of the map of that POI, Steven Crazy, all the way towards the left. Next to Shattered Slabs, they'll be looking to see if they can do things without the blades. Very cool, stealthy approach. Jake and Nathan, cool thing we've seen with them is just perfect positions almost to be silent onlookers. So as many fights around them, they are able to get a bunch of those surge tags. But when push comes to shove towards the end of these games, when it comes to some of these spots where being a veteran, having that super experience, being able to handle pressure from 3 different duos becomes an obstacle, they falter in those moments. They have to overcome that, really dig deep, and try to get one of these wins. Vortex versus Axforce kind of playing in the pocket though. They have that option to just keep staying consistent. Majority of the lobby is starting to look desperate though as you go towards our last 2 games.
Yeah, again, people playing it slow, right? We see so much this season, right? How people naturally want to sort of avoid taking all-in fights where possible. They want to stack up on their heels as late as the game as possible. In this game, again, nobody wanted to be that team or that player to go down. Everybody's just sort of keeping a distance. Lucian Steno, seen them have their fair share of highs and lows so far today. Over at Mega City, it's a Mega City that's a bit more quiet than what they would have experienced in some of the earlier games, to say the least. But one that won't be easy to maneuver. Tus and Putrick, they've showed off why the racetrack is a strong POI. You see them playing Surge just how every other team seems to play Surge here, right? Big base built up, looking for tags, using those spare heals. Turns to he doesn't actually have many. Hopefully there are some in the box down below, because what he has in his box is not fruitful, but he's still not afraid to peek a bit, look for tags, trade some damage. You see it here, big amounts of damage being taken, and he's even taking HP himself.
Now the avoidance of taking that damage lets him just stay online that much longer, able to go for even more shots as people reposition the heal. It's huge for the team. It's why they're also in first place. Hen Able to pick up both elims, it looks like. Or at least finish one and get a knock of his own. Let's actually check in and see exactly what happened in this fight with Hen. Up against Skyzoo, looks like he was a little bit of a straggler. Completely trapped in and all the way towards the backside. He's able to clean it up. It's still big live. One elim in, they're still looking a little bit low on metal overall, but Paco and Hen have a nice handling on where to go in this game. On the backside, we still see Desi moving in with his duo, Vico and Kylie. Usually trapped down on bad timing in rotation, this time from Slappy. They'll have to stay the entire time. Vico coming back because possibly can get just a little bit more metal before he leaves. These guys need to stay proactive. As soon as they end up getting washed over from the momentum of other players in the lobby, as soon as they don't have the first move, they never win.
Yeah, just like you said, they were able to cap off a metal. They're leaving Slappy without, it's got to be a crime of some sort to be allowed. I drop a Mappy. Still in this lobby. No, right? Doesn't feel like they shouldn't be here. Doesn't feel like
I feel like they won a game. That's what it feels like.
Got so close, but still in this one fighting in a fight that's not really beneficial to either side, it feels like, at least.
I feel like this duo just tries too many things at once. Getting into position while fighting but then having two isolated 1v1s. I think they're just so much stronger together. Fighting first maybe, and then moving and looking for a spot. When they're both on the same page, and that's not just, you know, understanding what each other are doing, but quite literally in the same box, looking at the same angle, that's where they're strong. Nice cash pop for Map and eye drop, and maybe that's why there's lots of contention here for these items. All the damage they did take, they're able to just re-heal right back up. Got a little bit up on surge tags as well. Want to make sure those mistakes in these fights don't get too crazy. Speaking of mistakes, speaking of fights that are happening, let's see what Taco has for us across the map.
Look, Shao, we all know how much teams love fighting for loot, but as far as Robot and Walks are concerned, it is all emphasis onto taking out High Card because he wants to make sure that with the Vault Key card available, that they're going to be able to secure some ample loot because they need this mythic loot as much as possible. They are in 38th place currently, and so they're basically banking it all on a Victory Royale, and what better way to set yourself up than having the availability of the resources that the Vault can actually provide. So this is the starting point, but can they make it to the finish line?
Thank you so much, Taco. That finish line in grasp, absolutely, if it was just items. But that's not the first vault we've seen. Roman just go in and try to open up, right? Him and Walks have had a chance on one of those floating islands. They've had the chance at big loot, but it's their timing, the type of fights they're taking that are really stopping them all the way from the very top.
Yeah, and I think a very interesting angle as we head into these final two games, right, is that some of these teams, let's just be frank, top 5 is going to be out of reach. Yeah, if you're way down in 40-something, you ain't getting top 5. Let's just be real. You got to win a game. How do you win a game? How do you put yourself in a position to win a game? So many of the teams in the lobby are going to have to find that solution. They're going to have to find that answer. I think for a lot of teams, again, it might just go back to what we've seen typically this season. Can we play for heal off? Can we stack up heals? Play for heal off. Shmeki and Gabix, they're not as worried about that, right? They're sitting sort of in a comfortable spot in terms of potentially getting top 5. As long as they can make these last 2 games count, get some decent points out of them.
No, but just as you said, winning a game so different now overall in this state of zones and the heal off, you essentially have to win 2 overall.
Yeah, of course. And I think we think of winning games and we think of, you know, making it count in the final moments. You see here, winning game starts with plays like this, right? These guys are wrapped around dead side. They were able to tank zone. They were willing to tank zone at least to get to a position on the dead side of zone.
Oh, no way!
Oh, dear.
Giant had a plan. You saw him ramp up as soon as that island popped up, but everyone else was waiting and watching. This is not the first time we've seen people have a little bit of a counter to this island. In game 1, it was such a big factor for some of the teams around it to do so well. So many others now have kind of found ways to interrupt anyone that has a plan to quickly jump. And Moneymaker Finance, some of the most careful defensive players so far. Unfortunately, we'll have to completely have a new game plan here. So many flips in tow for Moneymaker, and they're going to be able to go back to blue, hopefully, but let's find a reboot band that's safe. There's so many fights in between where he has to go. This is like watching a single-player campaign where you get to see everything in a cutscene first as to what's going down, and then your main character has to come back and fight through all that war. It's going to be tough for them to get back into this game.
Yeah, but again, we're watching some teams struggling through their games, trying to figure out something. These guys sitting pretty at the racetrack, right where we were with them when we last left off. Nothing's really changed. The goal's still the same. Take shots at all the players in this mega city area as they start to rotate out into the safe zone. And there's a lot of them to make that rotation yet. Rick Ball and Pradaj here in Mega. Some White Hills and medkit there will be nice for them as well. A bunch of teams now start to flee this mega area. Oh dear, Bloomy. Is he gonna catch them out? Do they know he's there? I think they're suspicious. They're not just running into it. Finally are gonna go in and Bloomy will be waiting. But Bloomy is gonna be no match for their shotguns. A nice attempt to say the least from Bloom, but it's just not gonna happen for him here.
Not this time. Eclipse on 45th. We're looking good at that. Game one kind of just fell off the radar after that. And yeah, 35th place team, we were talking about him, Levin. There's some teams that can't really go for that top 5. This seems to be like one of them. In this perspective, we're looking at just playing for the win.
Yeah, it's got to be about shifting your focus. It's got to be about shifting your focus. Thinking about how to make it work, of course. Fingers crossed. You're going to pray for some favorable zone pulls as well. That is always going to be a factor. Axforce and Vortexus, though, they don't want to rely on favorable zone pulls. They need to make things happen themselves, be proactive, not reactive. Shmeki and Gabix nearby. Both these teams are going to have to rotate, and both of them keeping an eye on each other, just keeping tabs on what the other team is doing before they make their own decision.
Making a mistake here is what costs both of these teams a lot of resources when it comes to later on in the game. But yeah, I don't think they're really looking forward to interrupt each other's games as much as just make sure that no one's doing anything too crazy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Lost team's looking to be able to move in as well. Nine's back up. Looks like they went back towards his loot too. He found an all-green loadout. Reduce, reuse, and recycle. Madness might help towards the very end. Not going to be as impactful as slurps or splashes, which I guarantee he used to have and other people picked up. The trek to be able to get that reboot does interrupt where they were and how many shots they could take. Fanyayan and Moneymaker now have to make that time back up in the form of damage. So far below. Loxton, Robab as well. Yeah, you got the vault. What does that mean? Well, big damage for Wox. Nice try, Moneymaker. My man looks broke. Fanyayan too. He is about to pay a big cost to this one. Robab's here. They're right beside zone 2, or they're right beside zone 2, so there's no chance that fans going to be able to escape.
The 180 from Wox there. Oh my days, that shouldn't be. Oh gosh. Venation goes down as well. And Wox might be able to get that loot after he's popped his slurp. Yeah, gonna break through that wall. The loot's gonna be sitting right there. A med miss as well will be nice. Yeah, he picks it up. So once he eventually gets into zone, if he can, with how many eyes on them, he'll be able to get his HP back up. And that slurp pop is actually just gonna do wonders for him as well.
Wox trying to go all the way towards the top and might have to just go straight for another fight. Huge damage from Wox. That's Eclipse going down. This man is unstoppable.
This guy isn't fair. When he's in this kind of mood, it is just unfair for anybody within a one-box proximity of him. Eclipse tried to take a fight, punished immediately. Vexy and the Buell up above are the ones causing issues for Wox right now. They're ruining his flow, ruining his tempo. Rob Abdo will come in and get the finish for his duo partner, and they'll make their way on in. things are looking nice for this team if they can start to make their way towards zone. That is the big caveat. Another slurp juice going to be added to the inventory. 2, that is. The loot definitely looks good. The materials are looking better.
They have everything but that movement. Well, look at these elims right now. Huge from walks.
Whoa, that's just silly.
So composed.
What a play.
The issue is, I'm just scared when we tune back in. These guys are half HP, having a tough time moving the zone. We're with iDrop and Map though. Middle of Anvil Square. Very different, not as chaotic. Once again, this team 15th. They could have 2 really good games, but either way, they're really just looking to win.
Vico and Kylie, again, I had them as a potential lock to qualify top 5. They are sitting outside of that threshold now. But this team to not make it through, considering how many times they've made it through these Surge Week style qualifiers, would be a big disappointment. For many, many months, almost a year now, people have considered Vico as this quote-unquote up-and-comer. At a certain point, right, the up has to start to come. And unfortunately, so far this season, it hasn't. And so these final games need to count. They need to make it worthwhile.
Trouble in paradise for Axe Force as well. We'll get right back on that note in a second. Schmecky is not stopping the pressure. 311 above, I think they found what they were looking for. It's just a little bit of damage. Every team, though, has this tough rotation to make. Don't really see Vortexer, so it might just be Axe Force on his own, yeah. And we were looking at him at second place first at one point, now top 8. They're standing outside the top 5. This is a very important game for the duo.
Yeah, and it's rough because last game, right, it was the other way around. Axe Force drops, Vortexer as a solo. Another game where one of them just falls early, leaves the other one in a solo predicament. And so I guess it's Axe Force's time to flap his wings. A really nice rotation. I like this way he's moving. Oh, he's actually just going to look to take the fight. Understandably, 115 below. He sees Stompy a solo in this box, thinks he can do the damage, and does do the damage. Putting himself above the threshold now, just barely, but still going to be able to make a way to zone. Swaps out the ODM gear for Kinetic Blade, and continuing to take fights. Oh, wow, okay, he's finding all the solos, which is very fortunate for him. But he has to make it count. No, the augment almost catches him out.
He's good, though. He's good now. The issue is these solo fights are not going to be as isolated the closer you move in the zone. So Axe Force, that'll be one of the last clean fights you get. Now it's up to you versus every duo on the field.
Yeah, making space as well when he gets into zone, very much needed. Because it's a solo in this kind of zone where everyone is congested. You cannot afford to get caught out, has to hold off with the materials he has. And the metal's going to start to run out soon. He needs to hide behind this wall, use the heals available. But this game is still within reach for him to make something out of it.
Tropex and Huddy as well. I mean, these guys have just completely flown under the radar. 4th place, and they're going to be the ones trying to hold out Axe Force from getting into that top 5. Don't know how they've been this consistent, but once again, catching themselves right beside another zone. All they have to do is move. We get to tune in exactly and see how they do it. We've seen a little bit of what they do when they're on a high ground layer. This time, though, it's Kinetic Blades off the ground.
Yeah, and you can see their path. This blade is so clean, so effortless. Nobody looking at them. And they make their way into zone rather safely, or at least Tropex does. Needs to regroup with Hutty.
Bunch of people on the minimap turning from arrows into plus signs. Some issues in this rotation for this zone. Half of a mountain in the way. You have to be very precise as to where you land. Cosmo up top with Jay. I feel like they've been in the position of power before. This time they have to convert. If you're staying up here, you got to build a base that's really high. They have the match support, but will they be able to maintain all the way towards the very end of the game?
A lot of that will be determined by this first move in zone, which pulls in their favor. They can start to think about ramping up to height and just controlling the lobby, pressuring those second height teams, pressuring anybody that looks like they could be a threat to their high ground. They see Metal, they start taking shots. They see Brick on second height, they start shooting. Toos, Pootrick. It might not necessarily be a team that's going to push for height instantly, but you know they'll always keep their eye on it. If they spot weakness, they'll take it. and currently waiting for this team to rotate. They know Relvis and Raxi have to go, and maybe looking away at the wrong time. They just started to rotate, just started to move. Oh no, timing it perfectly. Puchik and Toos get the shots they need to put them above. And they know that one still is there. They're going to try to close it out, and they will. Raxi falls in the hands of Toos.
Hen gets all the way towards the front side and actually has Paco alive to play with inside this zone. Axe versus the solo, still rocking through. Has made it from 8th to 7th. Is trying to find a way to solo clutch into the top 5.
Axe Force, very desperate to make this game count for the duo. The games are running out. Has to be a play made down below on Surge. So he has to start thinking about that. That's been something he's done already, and he's answered the call.
Artur and Combat right ahead of him in 6th place. 300 damage above and so many materials. This could be a top 5 finish just inside this game. Vico and Kylie managed to just creep by the top 10. They're moving around the right side as well, keeping the zone behind their back. Genius in terms of relieving a lot of stress and eyes from their rotation. For Axe Force though now, Surge is hitting. He's looking for some shots. It's on to Artur. The duo right in front of him, but it's not enough. 116 below, 92 now. He has to mini up. This is his last chance to keep moving in.
It's such a shame.
No!
You know he knows what he's doing, but he just doesn't have what it needs to be able to actually play the way he wants, play with the freedom he wants. He needs his teammate alive. He needs more materials. He needs to be above Surge. Kylie, Vico, right now it's up to Kylie to potentially save their season, make their season, but continue to stay alive at this point. Because if he doesn't have a big game here, it's just going to make that last game oh so more difficult. Cosmo still up above on height. Jay finally regrouping with him, but there's still so much action down below. Players jumping their way in through boxes. Eyedrop and Matt, they're not up on height, but they are here clearing out these mid-ground layers.
It's a pseudo bounce back, kind of really against the side of so many old builds. So a lot of teams who were ahead, just like Eyedrop, turn around and go instantly crazy for box fights. Crazy for Eyedrop, no builds. Just one, a single ramp maybe in a box, and there's more protection. Phases in but finds nothing. Down below, a few more shots. Kane, 122 to the face. Matt finds his way right beside him.
I'm surprised he doesn't run in there and just really try to go for it. Wanted to pick up the match though.
It's a difference in composure. They're looking to just make sure they stay side by side. They're the best when they look the same way. 2 pumps instead of 1. 400 HP instead of just a little. And now Leader is lost in the build down below. Jake and Cosmo up top are looking so good. Out of resources, out of time. Unfortunately, Matt and Eyedrop fall.
Look who it is though, still alive in this game. We know the kind of shots they were hitting earlier. Will they collide with Hen and Paco? Both teams on similar layers. Desi though, he's gonna get cleaned up by Wox. This guy's been an animal in this game, and he's looking for more. Has to pop that slur.
Has to make sure he doesn't overheat inside all these builds though. Combat, Artur, still popping. Looking for their next targets to take. Down below is Hen, able to escape. Top 5 situation.
So nice. Clearing out their layer, making sure they have control there. Paco and Hen getting split up, getting forced into zone. Hen in the backside, gonna look to Katana his way back in. Needs to be careful that height team. It's Artur he takes out, looks for Comeback, but Comeback return fire. Comeback's still alive, Comeback's still kicking, but he's using that med miss in the zone.
Wox absolutely unleashed, does not have Robab by his side. Looking for the next shot, no builds available, just the bullets. And there's one that lands, he's taken out. Isaacs, him and Dande looking to play that heal off as well. Jay and Cosmo up top. Convex stopped for the interruption, and yeah, he is gonna just go down. What does that mean for Jay and Cosmo though? Do they have what it takes to be able to just heal off up against what it seems to be Isaacs? He has a slurp already popping. It's all about who gets that sickness first. We'll see if it's enough.
Jay has so much though. Look at the med miss. Look at the slurp juices. Once he pops this, he's got a couple splashes as well. Hizix has done a brilliant job, but as long as Storm Sickness isn't a problem, this should be clear and easy for Jay. Hizix is desperately trying to find anything, but the last of his heals will wear off. Jay and Cosmo with the easiest game they've played all day long. Chilled up above from height. They took it early. From about the 8th zone, they were up there in a position to take height. Zone pulled in their favor, and they never looked back, Shayo. An easy win for that team.
For Jay and Cosmo, it's all about hard work pays off. From game 1 all the way to game 4 now, they've had a little bit of influence as to what's happening in this end game. They're one of the first duos to get elims as the game starts, and this is a very well-deserved win.
Yeah, it's not easy to qualify through Surge Week when you are contested. A lot of the time when teams are contested, they almost get sort of the squad disqualified from that sort of opinion, right? You see what it means to him. Very, very happy, ecstatic, and understandably so. Such a difficult thing to do.
They're going all over the finals, and they were top 5 to end that game, so that opens up a lot for the top 10. Actually changes the way the entire field looks inside EU Surge Week.
Going into the last game, which teams are going to move into those top 5 positions? The analysts have all the answers.
I like to think that we do. I hope that we do here because, I mean, great point made. The leaderboard is really going to change up now. Jay and Cosmo going through there. Greek Victory Royale, obviously Storm working in favor makes a massive, massive difference. They're going through the finals. Love seeing the reaction as well, then, Mini. They're going all the way to next weekend.
Couldn't be more happy for them. What a performance.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen that yet today. We haven't seen a team just dominate high ground without any problems. They've just been enjoying it, and they were all the way up on there, doing a great job at it as well. At this stage, I thought, actually, they might not have enough in the tank to win at the heel-off, but they just had enough. It was ultimate.
They had enough. They got it done, but this is Surge Week, right? There's only 5 matches. There's not 6, so there's only one more shot, one more opportunity to make it count. So now the question is, who's going to be able to take it in that last match?
I know. It's a great question. There's only one left. I can't believe it. You know, average placement there as well, 23rd or so. I mean, this is why this Surge Week is so pivotal as well. We talk about Victory Royales. You know, consistency is great. But Victory Royales, that just changes everything. You just have one game, it goes in your favor. Mini, it is everything. It's all the difference here. Obviously, going ahead now, our players are thinking probably around about that last game.
Yeah.
What is happening, players at home right now? They're definitely not reacting the same way Jay and Cosmo just did. What are they thinking?
They are probably a little bit nervous. I think I would be. Maybe that's why I'm not playing in this because, you know, I definitely haven't got the mental for that. But it's very difficult in this situation. You have to go all out if you're in that bottom half of the leaderboard. Even if you're outside of the top 10, you kind of have to think, you know what, we have to take the risk here. We have to go for the plays and try and go for that victory.
Yeah, that's the issue, right? It really depends where you are on that leaderboard. If you're down below, you're going to have to play more for the VR. Like Taka was saying, go for some better loot, maybe try and take a vault or do whatever you can. But looking at the standings too, if you're close to that top 5, then it's all about consistency.
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings right now because this is, as it stands, with one game left. You can see right now our leaders, 224 points, which is quite a significant lead over, we see 6th place there. Axeforce Vortex, we talked on the load today as well, but currently in 6th position. I mean, this is really looking meaty up top here. Look at the eliminations alone here, Mini. I mean, you need to get a lot of those. The points are so pivotal at this point in the competition.
Yeah, it really is. And for Comeback and Artur, they've been performing very well all day, and that's definitely reflected in the leaderboard. Of course, they have 18 eliminations, fragging out where it matters most, but also being consistent in the placements where it matters most as well. And I've been really impressed with that. They've been able to kind of balance both playstyles.
Yeah, I mean, with the amount of points they have now in that #1 spot, you know, they're feeling happy, they're feeling confident, but looking at a duo like Axeforce and Vortexers that we saw them one spot away from the top 5, you know that the pressure is on for that duo.
I think in a way as well with the pressure side of things, if you're in 6th position right now, I think maybe there's a side of it where you're feeling kind of confident you can break in, but you see that kind of 20-point deficit right now, Mini. Some players, I guess, will be galvanized by it, others will kind of fall to the wayside, but it's going to be really exciting to see how this experience, I think, affects things massively here as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for Artur and Comeback, these guys are just enjoying themselves all the way up on the top of the leaderboard. They couldn't be more happy. I think it was a 3rd place finish for them right there, so Artur just picking up refreshes as well, and they didn't quite have what it took just there at the end. It was difficult for them.
Yeah, I mean, Tus and Putrick as well, a team we talked about already, managing to maintain that 2nd spot right now on the leaderboard. And again, another team that has been, you know, consistent today as well in play style. You know, they've managed to kind of work together cohesively as a team, and that's really important in this Surge Week kind of guess breakdown as well.
Right, chemistry, synergy, it's key, and Putrick Tus have been showing exactly how to do it correctly, making use of rotations with the kinetic blade, making use of players, opponents rotating in to get tags, to get that damage, and even those refreshes to set them up for the late game. And you can see how close together they're playing and how effective it really is.
Yeah, I mean, their positioning right now is absolutely perfect. We saw them there just a little bit down below on the Storm Surge, but they just positioned themselves just ahead of one of those teams that had to rotate. They delayed their rotate. They said, you know what, we'll let you guys rotate in first, but we'll take advantage of all your help.
Yeah, it's managing those box fights as well is really important. The fact that you're kind of almost like you're kind of a spider waiting for the kind of the fly to come into the trap there as well. You're kind of inviting it in, and kind of you don't need to push it all the time. Sometimes you can be a little bit more passive and wait for the kind of enemy to come into you there to cast it.
Yeah, it really depends on the situation, but patience is really key. And looking at the third place duo, Tropex and Trash, with 178 points, you know, they're feeling comfortable, they're feeling happy, but not as much as Ardor in the first place spot. They have to do a decent game here, and you can see they also are playing together well. But when you lose a duo partner and you're all left out as a solo, the pressure is on, the nerves increase, and the nerves are going to be at an all-time high, seeing that there's just one more shot.
They have to make it to endgame as a duo in this next game if they want a chance at staying in that top 5, because I think it was about 18 points difference between them and 5th place, so they are very, very close to being dropped out if they're not careful. If this game isn't good, I mean, what is it, 146, 178? It's not guaranteed yet, so they need a solid performance.
They certainly do. I mean, teams like Hen and Paco, as we talked about, who haven't managed to quite break in the points-wise right now as well. It's go for broke time. It's the final game of this. I mean, do you think that's the kind of mentality now? It's like, we just have to go for the victory royale. We cannot mess around now.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, that last game was really good from them. It was probably their best game of the day, but it's too little too late. They can't play for consistency anymore. Hen, you have to go for that win. They have to take those early fights, get Storm Surge sorted early. If they do, they could be on for a winner.
That's the issue, because you have to make more risky plays. When you're put into that position where you need the victory royale to finish out on top in that last match, you have to take the riskier plays that are going to benefit you in the long run. But the issue is, with higher risk, there's going to be a higher possibility of getting knocked out.
There certainly is. For you guys at home as well, you have a front row seat to the very last game here on Surge Week in EU. Everything to play for. There are 6 places left. One's going through Victory Royale. The other 5, it's all about the points. Who will be consistent? Let's find out. Let's head over to Shio and to Levin for game number 5.
The last chance, the final game. Some of these teams will be in the grand finals, some of them will not. One more spot available for the Victory Royale winner. What a game it's going to be. We've seen it so many seasons, Shio.
This is where things get crazy. Retakes on retakes. Absolute
Alright.
desperation. You can taste it in the air in that final game of Surge Week.
Look, some of these previous games, we've not seen madness on height like we have in previous years. This game, though, you've got to take it. If you want close
I'll be
you have no excuses
taking
to
off.
just look up to the skies and see if you can take it. Of
It's
course,
been fun.
unless you have enough hills to
One
heal
more
us.
game left. Seems so.
You know, in about 25 minutes or so, right? We still got time. We have to get there. And for the journey to get there, you have to win off Spawn.
So,
Lazarek, Mikey, up against
thanks
Hen
for
and
everyone
Paco.
joining in,
And,
watching, you know. Played a bit Save the World. Got the final quest done. Still have some ventures to do.
Unlike Hen, but he will still get it. Mikey goes down.
One for Hen.
And
And another one, as Lazarek's gone too. I mean,
game.
Hen stops players
And yeah,
in
I'm
their
just
tracks
gonna
with the aim.
end the stream.
That's what we
Watch
love to
some
see.
Legends
5 for 5
Landing.
on the day.
Hopefully,
Mr. Savage and Vidal will
we
be
watched
licking their lips
like
at home.
2 hours 30
They
minutes
now know they will
plus
not be
maybe,
contested.
and
Spawn in the grand
hopefully
finals.
that
The
grants
implications
us
of that
the
huge.
loading screen.
Fingers crossed, though. Maybe I haven't jinxed it. Maybe someone
2023
Osborne again over here.
chapter 4, you know,
Coming down to literally the final.
season
shot in the
2
SMG.
FNCS.
You're talking about madness in the end game. The calamity starts now off spawn. A bunch of the will they, won't they, what if, let's beep a bit and then fight later turns into I need to win this game. We're not gonna farm
Bye
for
guys.
anything. We're gonna just take
Have a lovely
even the extra
weekend.
ammo out of the
Enjoy
chest
your
and go
time.
blow for blow.
Bye bye.
It's all or nothing, right? And I think for a lot of these